Hey, happy Tuesday, everybody. What's going on? It's August 22nd, 2023. This month is flying by. Welcome back, guys. University of Idaho. Today, we're having an open discussion, an open panel in regards to the hearing from Friday, and a little talk about BETHANY FUNKE. Let's do this, folks. Thanks for joining us today. I hope you're ready. What is going on? What's up, everybody? How are ya? Here we go. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Thank you for joining me. Hold on a second. I swear. All right. Sorry about that, folks. Again, welcome back. It is great to see you all once again. I hope you're all having a great day, and I hope you all had a great evening. It is great to be here. Great to have you here. Good morning to all of you. Good afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever it is. I hope it's good for you because it's good for me to be here with you. What's going on, folks? Today, guys, we're jumping back into the University of Idaho hearing. Open discussion today, open panel. Letting you guys speak your feelings, opinions, thoughts, and theories about what you think about what happened with this hearing and what you think the future brings with us and with this. So the platform is yours today, but we're going to do this respectfully. We're going to do this peacefully. And that's the only way it's going to be done. And everybody knows now I'm no longer no nonsense. So anybody that comes in better be on their best behavior. We're not playing them games no more. But besides that, it's great to have you all here. This is once again the highlight of every single one of my days. So thank you for joining me, guys. Yeah, this new thing here is uh, say my name, or I think it's say please or say my name. Either one. She does great stuff. She threw this together last week sometime. I just figured out how to throw it in here. So I hope you guys like it. I do. I love it. I think it's really cool looking. She's really good at this stuff. She put a lot of CJ stuff together too. But either way, thank you all once again for being here with me. Why is that there? There we go. All right. My camera's watching you. See it? See it right there? It's watching you all. Yep, yep. So let's see who decided to grace us with their amazing presence today. Looks like we got 120, 130 beautiful people in here, guys. We got 41 likes. Let's make it match and get out in that algorithm, if we will. Please. Thank you, Miss Heather. Looks like we got Lisa and Cannolis in the house. Welcome back. Aurora Dawn, great to see you. Skittles True Crime. Taste the rainbow. No Chains and No More. Welcome back. Miss Sherry Wisdom Speaks is in the house. Great to see you. Oh, snap. Sharon's in the house. Good to see you. Woke up in 1984. God, I wish I could do that. Welcome back. Great to see you. The lovely Miss Heather's in the house. Thank you for joining us, Miss Heather. Thank you again. There's the Amazon wish list. It is pinned in the chat for anybody that's interested. And for all those of you that have looked into that, thank you so very much for that. I do appreciate you all so much. Doodlebug Farts in the house. Welcome back. Good to see you. And of course, like I said, the lovely Miss Heather here, always doing a hard, wonderful, great job in here. Thank you, Miss Heather. I appreciate you. Josie West, thank you for joining me. Doc, welcome back. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us. Miss Carolyn Miller, welcome back. Great to see you. The lovely Good Vibes. Stacy's in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Hope Norris, welcome. Great to have you here. Great to see you. Katie Perrin, welcome back. Let's see here. Jesse Lynn, always happy to see you. Thanks for joining us. Cherry, hey, what's going on? Great to see you. Phantasmic Ethers in the house, everybody. Hey, what's going on? What do we got here? I know I'm a cornball, folks. Who else do we have? Lynn69. So great to see you. Thanks for joining us. I hope you're still feeling better than you were. It's great to have you back here. I promise you that. My friend and yours, Mr. One Maiden Nut. Eddie's in the house. Great to see you, buddy. Good to see you here. Gavin, welcome back. Great to have you here. Good to see you, brother. Denise Tatillo, welcome back. Welcome. Good to see you. Moni69. Moni. Hey. You know I had to do that. Good to see you. Annie Ruler, thank you for joining us again today, dear. Appreciate you so very much. William Tardy, my brother, good to see you. Thank you so very much for being here, brother. We appreciate you. Gloss Boss, welcome back. Great to see you. Janie's in the house. Great to see you, Janie. Thank you for being here with us. Carrie Brzula, thank you so very much for joining us today. I appreciate you so much. Red, what is up, my controversial brother? It's great to see you. Thank you for joining me here today, buddy. Appreciate you so very much. Oh, Rumsey's in the house, folks. It's always good to have you here. Good to see you, Rumsey. Thank you for joining us. Let me see here. Canadian True Crime Buff is in the house. Thank you for joining us again today. Welcome back. Christina K, welcome back to you. It's great to see you. Juju 2.0, welcome. Good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Canadian True Crime Buff, again, good to see you. Rhode Island Housewife is in the house. Good to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us here. Let me see. DS, welcome back. Great to have you here. Sorry, folks. Kansas 997, welcome back. Great to see you. Matt Emlo 12, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. My brother on the mic. What's going on, Mikey? Great to see you here, bro. Don't be working too hard, brother. Stay out of that sun. John Boy Cat, thank you for joining us today. It's great to see you again. Jinxie 13. Jinxie's in the house, folks. Gotta love it. What's going on, Jinxie? Thanks for being here, dear. We appreciate you so very much. Layla Stevens, thank you for joining me today. I appreciate you. In Stitches from Ohio, another Buckeyes in the house. Guys, if you will, please do. I'd love to see where everybody's tuning in from. Throw it out there in the chat real quick, if you will, please. Let me see. Let me see. I think that's Tina B. Good to see you. 1 second, folks. Sorry about that, everybody. Also, we got Carol M. Welcome back. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Nat Cat, welcome back. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Daisy Dead, always happy to have you here. Thank you for joining me today. Tina B, welcome back. Great to see you. Jacqueline Keeley, thanks for joining us today. It's a newer name. It's great to see you here. I love seeing all the new faces. That's a fact. And I think that covers it for that part of the screen. Let me see what's in the chat down at the bottom here. Krista, welcome. Good to see you. Miss Sudi Basic, welcome back. Great to have you here from up. 1 second. All right, guys. So sorry. That was my wife. Miss Twizzle Sticks, welcome back. Good to see you, Gaya Deguchi. Thank you for joining us. Caddy Crime Ghoul, thank you for being here. Lance the Wolf Nation, good to see you, brother, from Toledo. Great to have you here, buddy. All right. Looks like Mixed Logic's back. Great to have you. Bama 256, welcome. Roll Tide Roll. Peaches 81, thank you for joining us. Truth Seeker, welcome back. Nope. I get multiple calls every day. It's usually from one person. I try not to answer them while I'm live. My wife does call here and there when there's issues that she's got to deal with. So my apologies on that one. Mindy JC 24, thank you for joining me. Catastrophe 44, great to see you. Peaches 81. Juan or Jen Jigware. Jigware. I'm so sorry if I slaughtered that. Jesse Lynn, great to see you. Catastrophe again, thank you. D Daughter, happy to have you here. Thank you for joining us today. Noni McPumpkins in the house. Good to see ya. La 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 la. La 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 la. I think I got everybody. If I didn't, guys, please don't take it personal. Gloss Boss, I did see you. There's McCammy Q. What's going on, sis? Good to see you. Fallon, welcome back, brother. Good to have you. I hope that's a brother. I hope if I'm wrong, please correct me, and I'm so sorry for that. Spence, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. TT Hands from Manchester. We got a lot of UKers in here. I love it. Noni McPoppins coming out of Georgia. Go Dogs. That's right. Skittles coming out of New Zealand. That's awesome. Thank you so much for being here. Again, Lance Wolf Nation, another Toledo, Ohio. That's awesome. Miss Stacy's coming from Palm Beach, Florida. South Africa for Nat Cat. That's so great. Gavin's out of the UK. Moni's out of the UK. I'm telling you guys, we got a lot of UKers here. Kathy Crime Goals coming from northern Utah. That's sweet. Charlotte Gross, welcome from Kentucky. Josie West is a cheesehead coming out of Wisconsin, y'all. Janie's from Florida. That's so awesome. John Boy Cat, Spain, Andalusia. That's awesome. William Tardy, circa de New Orleans. That's awesome. Of course, our lovely Miss Heather's from outer space, guys. She picks the planet, and that's where she's from. Laura Laurent, Miss Boston, good to see you there. Thank you. Skincare Carrie, welcome back from New Hampshire. Of course, one made Nutter Eddie is from Minnesota. Good to have you here, buddy. Katrina Miller, welcome back from Georgia. Oh, Snap Sharon is down in a Florida. Michigirl, guess where? Michigan. Good to have you here, neighbor. 57 Vicky's another Buckeye, just like me. Welcome back, Vicky. Good to have you here, dear. Mudman's from down in the Peach State, Georgia. True Steaker coming from North Carolina. Love it, love it, love it. Peaches 81 is out of Tennessee. We got another Roll Tide Roll. Deception dismantled from Alabama, folks. Jacqueline Keeley's out of the UK. Sunshine State, you're in Idaho. Sunshine, I should say, not state. Sorry about that, folks. Let's see. I'm loving it, guys. I love seeing where you guys are tuning in from. Sally Shepherdson out of Iowa. That's awesome. Sally, welcome. Amy Locke, welcome back. Good to see you. Good to be back in a meatball sauce. Thank you so much for that, Gavin. It's great to have you here with us, brother. Welcome again to all of the new members. We got so many of them after yesterday. Oh my God, I'm still flustered over that. I had no idea. I just did not know how to handle myself, folks. So thank you again to all of you beautiful people that did what you did, that do what you do, that show up here with me every single day, that put up with my big mouth blabbing all day long, and my crazy looking face. And I do appreciate that so very much. Oh, poor Miss Stacy. I'm so sorry, dear. Day 2 of COVID. Stay safe out there. I'm sick as a dog. Oh my God. I hope that you are going to be okay. Please make sure that you're taking care of yourself. We want to keep you around here, Miss Stacy. Please, please, please. Again, to all the new members, it is so great to have you here. Seriously, I can't stress that. It is wonderful to have all these new meatballs floating around the sauce with us today. Yes, it was, Jesse. Tara B, welcome. Good to have you here. I don't usually catch to the live, so I catch up on the replay. So happy I'm here for a live finally. I'm so happy you're here too. She's coming out of New York. Hey, good stuff. Welcome back, Gemini. Great to see you, dear. Ivan Montez, good to have you here. Thanks for joining us today. V Slim's always happy to see you, darling. Thank you for joining us. Sherry K, welcome back from San Antone, deep in the heart of Texas. It's hotter than hell down there. I love you too, Lance. That's for sure, brother. Mindy JC24, we're happy that you're a meatball. That's a fact. Open mind perspective. Thank you so much for that. Great to have you here. Let's see here. Sarah Sweetness, welcome from Minnesota as well. Miss Sherry says hi from the mothership. That's awesome. Good to have that one. Her and Heather must be out there partying out there in space. Kelly Coker, welcome from Texas. Great to see you. Lynn69 says Dorset in the UK along the Jurassic Coast. That is so awesome. It is 5:45 p.m. in the UK at this moment. Thank you, Moni, for that timestamp. Appreciate you. Batshit Crazy, welcome. Good to have you back. All right. Let me see. Did I get everybody? Latrell Hill, what's up, neighbor? Coming out of Youngstown, Ohio. That is so sweet. Paris girl from Portland, Oregon. That's awesome. Good to have you back. Todd Hudak Clement, welcome. Good to have you back, brother. 70 here in Michigan. It is cooler today than it has been. Thank the Lord. Oh, my Lord. Our change has been a member for 3 damn months. That is so awesome, Change. Thank you so much, and congrats, dear. It is so great to have you on this team and in this family. Awesome. Gloss Bloss is coming out of Toronto, Canada. We got some Canadians in here for sure. Sally Shepardson says, I live an hour away from the University of Iowa, Marion, Iowa. That's so awesome, Sally. Thank you for joining in with us today. We appreciate you. Miss Paula Litzen, always happy to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Great to see you. Please, guys, if you will, on your way in that door, please, 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 leave me a little bit of DNA on that like button if you don't mind. Share this out to anybody that you think might want to hear my big mouth running today. I would definitely appreciate that. Michael 007, it's great to see you back, brother. Thank you for joining us. And at the end of the show, if you will, good, bad, pretty, or ugly, I don't care what it is. Leave me a comment. Let me know what you guys thought, please. I do appreciate it. I do. And so does YouTube. And that's how that works. Mojo Rising in the house. What's going on, brother? Miss Ma'am, hey, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. She says, I was just 99. So somebody hit that like to make it 100, and we did it. We are out in the algorithm. Welcome, everyone. Shell Graham, welcome back. Good to see you. Lulu Chu. Thank you for being here, guys. Can't you tell I'm in a great mood today? It got even better when I jumped in here with all of you guys. That's a fact. What do we got here? Bonnie Bailey. Bonnie Bailey's been a member for 4 months. That is so awesome. Damn. Love this fam. Yes, I do. Congrats, Bonnie. And thank you again. That's awesome, Bonnie. Thank you for being here with us, Bonnie, and being part of this awesome family, being part of this amazing community. We love you and appreciate you so very much. Robert Belt, welcome back, brother. Good to see you. 110 is the heat index in Paducah, Kentucky. That's crazy. Keeping the baby powder close. That is a fact, bro. We don't need no chafing today. No chafing today. It's been longer than that. I was going to say, Bonnie, you've been around for a long time, and we do appreciate that. Bonnie is a member, has been part of this group for I don't know how long now. So it's been longer than 4 months. That's awesome, Bonnie. And thank you for still being here. The Chick Antique is in the house. Good to see you. Sammy, good to see you from Pittsburgh, PA, I believe. Yes. Thank you for joining us, Sammy. Let me see. Oh, well, good to hear. Thank you, Heather. I appreciate that you guys are enjoying that. I'm in a good mood, folks. It does happen from time to time. Kalada Hope, welcome back. Good to see you. Oh, whoa. Let me see. Smiley, welcome. Keep that smile rolling. That's what matters. I think I got everybody. I hope I did. Actually, been a member since May. Okay. That's awesome, Chains. Thank you for that info. Look who it is, Miss Kim Marin. So pavement now. It's good to see you. Thank you for joining us, Kim. Always happy to have you here. 233 awesome people in here tuning in right now. Thank you so very much for that. Please like, subscribe, share, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss any bit of what we do in here, folks. I appreciate that so much. R Whip, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Miss Krista, good to see you. Be kind. Thank you for joining us. Katie Quarters, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Amanda Meow, morning to you. I think I got everybody now. I'm trying. All right, folks. Come on down. That's right. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you guys so very much. That's a fact. So, how is everybody doing today? Wonderful, I hope. Hope you all had an amazing Papa Man's in the house. What's up, brother? Good to see you. Thanks for jumping in with us today. I hope you all had a great night last night. And I do appreciate all of you that were over with CJ last night that kind of tried to help pump him up and put him in a better mood. He was having a rough day yesterday, and that's what we do. We raise each other up, folks, and we keep each other going the way we're supposed to, folks. We don't allow anything to tear us down, and that's what families do, guys. And I appreciate you all for being there for him, for doing that, and just for trying to support him the way you guys do. For those of you that were there, thank you very much for that. I appreciate each and every single one of you guys. If you have not checked him out yet, please do check out the Evil CJ show. That's the link. Miss Heather dropped it there, and it will be awesome to show some love over there if you haven't yet. That's absolutely right, Chains. Thank you for that. Our brother in arms. All right. So, as we talked about, today's the day when we all, Michelle Mack, welcome back. Good to see you. You thought I missed you. I didn't. KDD, good to see you. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. And all the rest of my mods that are here, thank you so very much for joining us. You are appreciated, guys. Did I miss somebody else? I don't think so. LA, welcome. Good to see you. Oh, thank you so much, LA. I appreciate that. And you all were doing that. Every one of you guys were doing that. So thank you for that. I appreciate you. Jeff Kent, welcome. That's a new name. Great to see you. Unless I just didn't notice you. And if I didn't, my friend, my apologies. Sometimes there's so many people in here. I don't get to keep up. But it's great to have you here, brother. And I appreciate you so very much. Evie Marie. Miss Shelley, another Youngstown, Ohioan. That's awesome, neighbor. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Right down the road from me. Ohio, the heart of it all, right? That's what they say. I don't know about that, but hey. We take what they give us and run the best we can. That's all we do. Bonnie Messick, great to see you, dear. Thank you. From gloomy Seattle. I don't know about that one, but that's okay. Thank you for being here. KK True Crime. We got another Ohio. Belleville House. Belleville is in the house. That's where the Belleville House is. I've heard of that place. That place is crazy haunted, I heard. Let's see here. We got, okay. Pickle Tits is in the house. Thank you for joining us. It's great to see you. Love your name. Thank you for being here. That's a new one. D. Smith, welcome back. Bougie Redneck, welcome from South Carolina. I love your guys' names. I'm telling you. You guys rock and roll. I love it. I love it. What are you doing, bro? What's up? Mr. CJ's in the house while he's working hard right now. Thank you for that, bro. You did not have to do that. He said he was going to. I appreciate you so very much for that super sticker. What is it? Let's see. That's so awesome of you. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a great day today, brother. Do not work too hard. And we will see you this evening. Cheryl Graham from Springfield. Hey, we got another. Ohio is rocking the house today. That's a fact. Thank you, Michelle Mack. I love you back. Crafts and Crime. Welcome. Good to see you. We got 276 people in here. You guys are so amazing. And thank you for being just who you are. Nothing more, nothing less. Just who you are. Chuck, baby, welcome. Good to have you. All righty. Aurora Dawns from Georgia and Florida. That's awesome. Oh, I knew you was going to play some games today, bro. Here we go again. Another super sticker from Mr. CJ for $10. Thank you, sir. Quit playing them games, bro. Mind your business. Thank you so very much. I love you, brother. I appreciate you. I hope Molly does too. She should be here soon. Heart trophy, heart trophy, heart trophy, 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 heart, heart. Right? B Slim's great to see you, dear. Always great to see you. That's right. CJ, you do rock, brother. And roll. All of it. Deborah Thompson, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Riley Nicole, welcome back. Great to see you. So I love seeing all these green people in here. I'm telling you, we don't have too many people that aren't green, folks. It's insane. No thanks to Miss Kelly Miller and No Chains and a whole bunch of other people. I can't remember the names right now, but damn, you all did it up yesterday. That's for damn sure. Party of Five, welcome back. Great to see you. Looks like Michelle Mack has been a family member for 2 months. Best family about. Proud, and probably meant around. Proud meatball. It's great to have you here for that long, Michelle. It's all right, Matt. I know where your heart's at, brother. No worries, Matt. We know where your heart is. Willie's in the house. Roll Tide, roll, brother. Thank you for joining us, Willie. Yoli, yo, welcome. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for being here with us. We appreciate you so very much. Please don't work too hard for those of you that are working today. Kathy Jean, welcome. Good to see you. Happy Tuesday. Miss Daisy Jones, thank you for joining us. You are appreciated. Mystic Virgo, welcome back. Wow, you guys just keep popping in here left and right. Oh, la, la. Christine Curtis, thank you for joining me. That looks like coming out of Ireland. Another one. Awesome. Jeanette Swainpole, thank you for joining us today. You are appreciated. Thank you, Miss Heather. For those of you that don't know this, I'm sure most of you do. This channel is 100% crowdfunded, which means that any donations that are taken in from you all via PayPal again, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, or any other form is what pays the bills to keep me coming to you every single solitary day. So thank you once again to any and all of you that have donated to support this channel. That is what keeps me coming out here, folks. It really does. Internet, StreamYards, and all the other stuff. It takes care of them bills for me. So thank you for all of you that do that. And thank you to all of you that just come in here. You don't have to donate to be here, folks. But thank you, all of you that come in here just to support me. Just being here is more than enough. And just being you is 100%, folks. I'm telling you right now. 150 as we put it. Let me see. Just here to establish an alibi. Thank you for being back. Thank you. Appreciate you. Oh, I know, Bonnie. It's so awesome. There's some beautiful people in here. That's a fact. Aurora Dawn, thank you so much for that. You are appreciated. Thank you. Another super sticker. That is so awesome, Aurora. Thank you so much. Robert Belt with another one. You guys gonna do this again? Yep. Thank you so very much, Robert Belt. You are appreciated too, my friend. Danger Zone. Oh, what's up? Welcome back. Good to see you, brother. 12 Gauge Phillips. Hey, what's going on? New name, new face. Good to see you. That's right. Woohoo to the newest members. Thank you, Miss Heather. Let me see. I think I got it covered. So, like I was saying, folks, today is the day you guys get to speak your mind on what happened on that hearing on Friday. You are appreciated. For everything that you guys do and everything you guys got to say. So it's your turn to speak your mind. Everybody has the option to speak their opinion, their thoughts, their theories about this. What I'll be doing is bringing 12 gauges coming out of Texas. That's awesome. What I'll be doing is I'll be bringing people up left and right to speak their opinions for a short period of time, and that way everybody can get it in. There she is. I was wondering where you were. Miss Potts is in the house. How are you, Annie? Good to see you. Finally got a day off. She's been a member for 3 months as well. Thank you so much, Annie, for being here, for being who you are, and for being part of this family. Awesome, awesome, awesome. We were just talking about you yesterday. Eddie was saying he missed you too. And I'm glad you're here because I definitely want to hear what you got to say about this stuff. All right. All right. And again, for those of you that have, I got to thank too many thanks coming out here, guys. I got to thank you guys for everything because you're so amazing. Anybody that the Amazon wish list is pinned in the chat. Anybody that did anything with that, thank you so very much for that. You are beyond appreciated for that. That helps me to keep my equipment up to date and everything I needed to keep it running, guys. And you're doing it. So thank you all so very much for that. Anybody that has bought anything off of the wish list for me and sent it, I love you guys to death. And anybody that will in the future, same thing. I love you guys to death. Miss Jeanette Swainpole, thank you so very much for the super sticker. That's awesome. Great to have you here. Suzanne B, thank you for joining us. Great to see you. So, who would like to be the first person to jump up here with the lovely me? Let's not all jump in here first. Seashells, welcome from Florida. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Esperanza Martinez, thank you for joining us. Sandra Blackby, thank you for jumping back in here with us. I appreciate you. Thank you so very much, Fallon. Layla Stevens, great to see you. All right. So for those for those of you that don't know, there was a hearing Friday in regards to the University of Idaho case, Brian Kohberger hearing, and a lot was talked about. We talked about a lot of it yesterday. Um, all right, Eddie, there is the link, my friend. So for those of you that aren't familiar with what we're doing, I'm giving everybody a platform to come up here and speak their mind in regards to um, what you guys think about the scenario. I talk about it all the time about what's going on over there. It's your guys' turn to let me know what you think about the hearing, how it went, and what you think that the future holds for this. Susan Gardner, good to see you. Ellen Smith, welcome back. Did you get the link, buddy? Oh, good to see you, Miss Lady Speedwell. Thanks for joining us. Of course, Miss Potts is welcome up here if she'd like to. We would love to hear from her as well. Jesse Schul, my friend, good to see you, brother. Thanks for joining us. All the way from Thailand. Layla Stevens, thank you for joining us. I want to remove my last name. Oh, I don't see. Oh, okay, I understand. Did you find the link, buddy? Oh, yes, that's a good point. Esperanza says, I was surprised to hear the judge tell Ann Taylor that there should be trust in the prosecution. There should be. Groot, good to see you. North Carolina Mountain Man, brother, good to see you here. Thank you for joining us. I want to look more into Kaylee Stalker. Maybe it was someone in LE or someone other than Brian. That's a good point, bro. It is. No problem, Annie. Whenever you're ready, let me know. I'll drop another link if you can't find that one. Come on down, Eddie. Whenever you're ready, buddy. Let's see here. Fallon says about the hearing. Did prosecution not have the autopsy results? Video, photos, so did disappear like the other three DNA samples. That makes you wonder, doesn't it? Doesn't it? It's quite interesting. If I hear them say that they lost or can't find the autopsy or toxicology results, oh my lord, I'm gonna have one hell of a conniption fit, and you guys know that already. Stevie Irwin, my friend, good to see you, buddy. I've been trying to reach you, brother. That stuff you did, those graphics you did, that is absolutely amazing, brother. I was telling everybody about this yesterday and last night. Stevie, you do some great work, bro. You really do. Yes, for real, Stevie. Great stuff, brother. I sent a bunch of people over to check out your channel. All of that. Dude, keep doing it. You do amazing stuff, brother. And I thank you for doing what you do. Great stuff. I love that stuff. That was really cool. Great work, for real. CJ, for real, bro. What are you doing? He's trying to play me back because what I did to him yesterday is what he's doing. I know what you're doing. I see it. I see you. I see you. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you so very much. The lovely Miss Kelly Miller, thank you for joining us today. I do appreciate you for jumping in here. You are appreciated. Layla Stevens with the $5 super sticker. Thank you, Miss Layla. I appreciate you. All right. All right. I don't know why it's doing it. StreamYard. There's a new link, guys. Try it again. I don't know why it does that to me. There's a new one right there. Ah, here we go. What is happening, my friend? Sorry about that. I don't know why that does that from time to
Yeah,
time.
it was yesterday's link, I guess.
Yeah. What? Oh Lord.
It
Okay.
was
Now
taking me
we're
to
ever.
yesterday's stream.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
now
There we go.
there it's working.
Nice
All
to see
right.
you, Eddie. And who is that?
No
No
chains.
chains.
Oh, No Chains. Nice to see you, No Chains.
Good to see you,
Hi.
All
Jesse.
right. I
Well,
can't see you guys' names.
where are they? Are they because of this thing? Baby. No.
I'm gonna go back to the beach if you guys don't mind.
Do your thing. Do your thing. Good afternoon, Mother. Thank you for joining us today. It's good to see you, Mama.
Hi, Mama Dago. Hope all is well.
Welcome everybody that's up here. I don't know why that link does that. Um, there
Yeah.
has been a weird. Is there an echo in here? Some Echo 444. There it is. Good to see you, Echo. Thanks for joining us. I don't know. StreamYard's been doing weird things for the past like 2 weeks. I don't know what it is. I clicked the same link and now it's saying it was yesterday's and whatever.
Yeah,
It
that
is
link failed for me several times
Yeah,
consecutively.
I got it. I was wondering what was taking so long. It's okay. Not your fault. My apologies. So, welcome all three of you. Thank you for joining. And we got you two side by side. That's the first time that's happened. That's cute.
That is.
Hi, Eddie.
I know chains.
How you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you. Yourself?
Well, thank you.
These
Is
two
your-
are internet boyfriend and
your tooth
girlfriend, just so
better?
you know. So anyway, Mr. Jesse Shule, how are you today, my friend?
Well, I'm doing well, but not as well as you after yesterday's haul, man. That was
Yeah,
nice to see. I'm really happy for you. I
thank
hope
you.
that CJ gets similar love from everybody. I know I like to support him as well, and I know he's in the chat. And
He
yeah,
did get he did get a little bit of a bump last night for sure. Of course, the lovely Miss Kelly Miller always coming through and doing the wonderful things she does for people. And I think it was when was that change? Was it last week or the week before that CJ got hammered with the memberships? You remember that?
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, he got plowed with them. I mean, he couldn't even keep up with it. It was crazy. So these people, all of you guys, are just beyond amazing. The way that you do these things, it's
did
amazing.
Heather show you what I sent you guys on Instagram?
Mm.
I don't think so. I don't
Well, you
think so.
know that I do these streams every day for sports channels, some of which have like 100K subs and bigger
Yeah,
bigger channels, much
right.
bigger than my own. And I was doing one the other day, and the people in the chat were saying, "Hey Jesse, when are you going to go on Dago's again?" They spelled your name wrong, but
That's
you
okay.
know, I just thought you'd like to hear that you're getting out there, right? Like,
Wow.
because it's a totally different group of people, obviously, right?
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you for that. I appreciate that so very much. Wow, I did not think that I would be going out that direction either.
Well,
That's
it reminded me of what somebody said about they were in the hospital and they overheard people talking about you.
yeah. I was telling my wife about that last night too. Um, I just don't expect it to get out any further than where we're at, really. And I guess it has been because I've had you're saying that. Bonnie had said that yesterday. And then I had a couple other people that came in that were from a completely different side of YouTube talking about. Um, I think there's like an arts and crafts type thing where that's all they do. That they were hearing about me over there. A couple of my friends that because I'm a toy collector too, and I go into those different variations of things. I guess I've been being talked about on Facebook as well. So it's it's definitely spreading out, and I am beyond grateful. I don't even know what to say really about it. It's not expected at all, but I'm beyond grateful. I feel like I'm blushing at this point because I just don't know how to react to it. It's not anything I've expected at all. I promise you guys, it's not. But I'm beyond grateful and appreciative. I really am, and I
Well, you
welcome
deserve it.
everybody. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. I do. I
I
try.
sec- I second that.
Well, thank you very much, my dear. I appreciate that as
I
well.
third it.
And thank you too. Thank you to all of you. Welcome, Rita Boston. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you. Amethyst Noor, welcome. Good to see you. I love that name, 12 Gauge Phillips. That's hilarious. Another one from Texas. I don't know how you guys live down there. The Reverend Cynthia Hughes, welcome. Good to have you here. Awesome. So, everyone, yes, Kelly Miller is amazing, Bonnie. I agree. She's such a lovely person inside and out. I'm telling you right now, it just amazing. Thank you, Fallon. I love all of you guys just as much, if not more. And Susan Gardner says she fourths it. So there we go. We got a quad. So what are you guys thinking? I guess we'll go with Jesse first. What is your why we talked the other day over at CJ's and you put out your misconceptions. I loved it. What's up, Jeff? Good to see you, buddy. Um and at this point, I guess Twiz, give me a moment here. Did Eddie drop?
He
Hmm.
did,
I think he
Yes, he
did.
did.
and there
Welcome,
he
Twiz.
is.
Good to see you. Thank you for joining us, Twiz. Can you hear me okay? Maybe not.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There we
Hello?
go. Yes, sir. Welcome. Thanks for joining us today. I appreciate you.
All right.
There we go. Okay, so I guess we'll go to the
Yeah, I
bottom corner
appreciate you
then,
guys.
Jesse. Absolutely. Probably a little delay. So what's your take on everything, Twiz? I've seen you in chat. Thank you for joining us. It's good to have you up here to talk with us today. So what is your take on everything going on after the hearing Friday?
Well, I'm kind of wondering. So when they're talking about that last report that they're waiting for,
Mm-hmm.
he said that it has to be processed through discovery. So I think a lot of the stuff that they're saying they don't have, they're actually just waiting to see if they're going to use it during the trial.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm curious to see what that last report is. Truthfully, do you think it might be the? Well, no, because they said they don't have the other DNA. So what do you think that report could be? Anybody?
Hmm.
That I have absolutely no idea about,
Right.
but it's quite interesting. I think that the state is reaching a lot.
Yeah, I can agree with that. What do you think, Chains?
Hmm. It's interesting. I just can't get over how the judge was talking down to Ann Taylor. It was really bothersome.
Yeah, a couple of people had that same, I guess, opinion on it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
At some point, Eddie made a comment about that yesterday too. That he was kind of bothered, I think, by that the way that he was when she said something, or I don't know if it was necessarily directly at Ann, but it was the whole defense team said that there was his rights were being, weren't being taken care of the way they should. I'm lost for words right now. And he was like, who? Well, Brian Kohberger, and he just seemed like the look that he had. Eddie was kind of like, well, okay, if you think so, you know what I mean. That
Mhm.
was kind of disappointing. I do agree. Um, Typically, he seems to be pretty fair from what I've seen. He's not putting up with shit from either side, from what I can tell. But that day, it seemed like maybe he was a little maybe irritated with the defense in a sense, maybe
Mhm.
for that comment. And
How
I
do you
think, go ahead.
how does Jesse feel?
Yes,
I'm really interested about the toxicology report and
yes.
why we haven't seen that yet. And is that normal? Like I said, I've got a lack of experience here with trials and true crime, but to me, that sets off tons of alarm bells. I mean, it's been 10 months, um, and that there's a lot of things that toxicology report could possibly tell us. Um, I'm I'm just baffled that it's that nobody's talking about it, or it's not being talked about more. Why isn't News Nation doing videos about that?
Maybe
You
that's
know,
the last report, Jesse. That maybe that's what that is the autopsy and toxicology reports, which
That that's why I'm saying I'm pretty sure that the state isn't going to use that in the trial, so they're just not handing it over. They exist. They had to have run the talks. They're just not
yeah,
handing over because they don't plan on using it in the trial because it's not. Um, it has nothing to do with Brian, is my thought.
we'll back that up though. If it comes back that they had, like, let's say, date rape drug, what is that, GHB or something like
Molly.
that,
Molly.
some kind of.
Rufinol,
Well,
Rufinol.
if you knew
No,
my theory about
I
the
wasn't
whole
thinking
thing,
Molly.
I guarantee you those two girls upstairs. I'm not gonna say that they were drugged, but there's a high chance that they were drugged.
I think
Well,
I
well,
think it,
that's why I'm mentioning Rohypnol, because
that's it.
if it comes back that they had Rohypnol in their system, that's not something that you do recreational. I mean,
No,
I'm guessing,
Yeah,
that
but the point would be that the state isn't going to try and use that against Brian Kohberger, so
yes,
it's
but it would
quote
be a Brady
irrelevant.
violation to withhold it because it would
yeah,
implicate somebody else, right?
yeah, definitely.
Why would they be drugged by him who wouldn't have had access to them prior to entering the home based on the theory in the PCA? Therefore, it would be a clear Brady violation to withhold that information from the defense, and we'd have a mistrial immediately.
Right, and that very well could be the reason
Mm.
why we haven't seen it because they don't want us to see that because then that would say,
Exactly. It
"Oh,
has nothing to
Brian,
do with Brian.
there's no Brian now." You know what I mean? So yeah, that's a good point.
Right.
Very
I
good point.
agree. I 120,000% want to see that talks report.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I
And
mean,
here's
maybe
the
I'm
thing.
jumping the gun a little. Maybe other people, maybe other people would say that doesn't exonerate Brian. if they had real to me, it's a clear indication that something else was going on.
Yeah.
But other people might say it's got nothing to do with anything.
I mean, it depends on how you look at it. I agree with you, and I agree with Twiz. Obviously, Change does too. Here's the thing, though: is if it's already been talked about that somebody stated that Ethan was drugged. We don't know that. It's a rumor, okay? But it would be interesting to see if it would explain some things. You know, if they had something ingested, it would explain the whole thing, because then there's not as much noise. There's no fighting, but at the same time, we got to back up, because we do know for a fact that was given to us, at least, that there were defensive wounds, at least that we know of, through Xana. Okay, so that's the least one, and I'm pretty sure that I think Kaylee, based on what we were told about her wounds, that she probably fought back too. So those two alone makes me wonder about the drug scenario. Do you know what I mean? Um, that doesn't mean that it didn't happen, though. Okay, sometimes those don't always work the way they're supposed to. That's one thing. Sometimes there's not enough of it. That's another thing. Sometimes it works different on some people than it does on other people. That's another thing. So we don't know. But um, I would love. Okay, Annie's saying that
Yep, I read it.
2 a.m. is a dark hour. A dark hour. I can tell you that, Stacy Chapin. See, that has always mesmerized me.
Mm-hmm.
That statement by itself, alone, she knows something that she's not allowed to talk about, or doesn't want to talk about, by stating that 2 a.m. is a dark hour. I can tell you that. That tells me very possibly maybe the families know the real timeline and we don't.
Correct.
Or
Wasn't the last
maybe
phone call like 256 though?
from Kaylee.
252 or something?
From Kaylee, yes.
Yeah.
Well, and it's been talked about. Again, guys, I'm not trying to put out misinformation. We're speculating in here. There's a lot of speculation that's been out there. These conversations, a lot of them are just based on speculation, but it has been talked about that it's very possible that timeline wise, maybe there were two separate times. Maybe two of the victims were attacked at a specific time, and then the other two were attacked after the fact, you know, walking in on something possibly. I don't know, guys. None of this is stuff that we know that's fact, but it's all been talked about.
You guys saw the T-shirt by the Gonsalves family, and the post on the family website, sort of bringing it more to the forefront. I don't know if you guys saw the post on their family
I didn't
website.
see the post. I didn't see the post. I heard about it, but I didn't see it.
I mean, you can imagine, right? Just emphasizing the message on the T-shirt.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, that leads me to believe that they're firmly believing that in the PCA and in what the law enforcement's saying. And
yes.
If they thought it happened at a completely different time, it would seem logical that they wouldn't be so firm in their conviction against BK.
Right.
I don't put very much weight on any of that, because no matter what, they're going to want to believe that he's the guy, because he's the only name that they have.
Exactly.
So they're willing to just abandon inconvenient facts and I mean, I agree with what you're saying. I think they absolutely, but if they know that BK couldn't have done it if it was done at this time, it seems it's really hard to rationalize, right? I mean, if we moved it back to 2 a.m., doesn't the PCA have his car in other places at that time?
Yeah, it's still in Pullman. No, I agree with you, but I mean, it's weird because you listen to Steve talk about it, and he'll say that, you know, he wants to get the right guy, so he's like open to the idea it's not Brian, but then other times he's like, yeah, it's the guy. So I don't know. I think, plus when you listen to him talk about the pings and the cast technology or whatever they have, there's no way that they have him, at least on the 12 previous times at that house, because they say connected to the tower, and then later on they're talking about the cast data, so they knew exactly where he was on later in the day, but they don't those 12 previous times. So a lot of times what Steve is talking about is like wishful thinking, because he wants to find out who killed his daughter.
I think Steve, based on a couple comments I've heard. Welcome, Molly. By the way, that's okay, dear. No worries about being late. Um, I think Steve believes in the cast very, very highly. I just on a couple comments he's made. I think he's looking at that and looking forward to that. So that says something to me. I don't know, but I'm curious though. After we saw an interview the day before the hearing from him, okay, and then we had the next day we had the hearing. Well, do you guys think that maybe anything in his mind may have changed after the hearing, or do you think he's probably still in the same boat?
He's going to stay in the same boat.
Well, I think the post on the family website came out overnight.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen that. I'm about to go check that out. So then that states that they're still in the same belief.
I guess giving myself a little bit of time to think about it, you could hypothesize that the family would believe that BK is involved, but not the sole perpetrator, which is a theory that's been floated around by several of us, including myself.
Oh yeah.
And in the event that that's their theory, that they think the cops are incompetent and that they don't believe in the PCA, but they do believe in their heart of hearts that BK is implicated somehow, knows more than, knows exactly what happened and is involved.
Yes.
And in that case, you'd want him to fry no matter what.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And and again, just like I stated yesterday, I feel absolutely horrible for the families after watching the hearing Friday. It was like a three-ring circus, and for the families to be sitting there watching all of this go around like this, you got to imagine what are they thinking? Even though the Chapins weren't there and they're staying out of this, I'm sure that they're going to watch it eventually via the news or whatever. And I feel like they have to feel horrible. Like, what are you guys doing? Get your shit together. That kind of scenario. Why are you not better with this? Why are things not together? This and that is what I'm sure they're thinking. And I feel horrible for him. I really do. It's sad. Danger Zone says Steve went to great lengths with his own help, so he may know something we don't that leads him to believe what he does. That's a good point, Danger Zone. Good point. I'm sure they probably do have some info that we don't have. I would imagine they should. So I don't know. But we've also heard how many times we don't have anything. We don't have any more than anybody else does. So I don't know. It's I don't know.
Well,
Diego, I'd like to amend my list of top 10 misconceptions to add Occam's razor. I believe it's a misconception that's been voiced by a few other creators that you can apply Occam's razor to justify BK's guilt. And
Okay.
I believe that you could try to apply Occam's razor to both the guilty side and the not guilty side. Because I guess the way that people are trying to justify this is saying to believe that BK is guilty is to brush aside so many coincidences, or to believe that he's not guilty, you have to brush aside so many coincidences.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, it doesn't fit Occam's razor, because Occam's razor is the least complicated solution being the most likely one. But the same is said, to believe he's guilty, according to the story in the PCA, you have to disregard so many coincidences that Occam's razor does not apply to either side, in my opinion.
Gotcha. Well, what I'd like to do then, if you don't mind, Jesse, is a lot of people weren't in CJ's stream the other day. If you don't mind, if nobody else minds, of course, I'd like for you to give that top 10 list of preconceptions about this. If you don't mind doing that, I wanted you to do that the other day. These are pretty interesting, folks, and this is just a list Jesse put together of his own, preconceptions based on his opinions and so on and so forth about this trial and so on, or about this case. So, are you okay with that?
Sure, I could do it. I guess, like I said, I did whip this up in 5 minutes while I was having a glass of wine, and I think that I could fine tune it. Like I said, the Occam's razor thing wasn't on there, but I think it should be on there. But if you want me to quickly go through them, I could, or I could fine tune it and set it aside for another day, depending on, or do both, whatever you think.
Whatever
I
you're
mean,
comfortable with, buddy. Whatever you're comfortable with, I'm absolutely comfortable with as well. If you're not comfortable doing it until you fine tune it, I can wait. And if you're okay doing it both ways, either way, it's fine with me.
any thoughts? No chains and Twiz. Would you rather
like-
hear the best version, or do you just want it right now?
Well, I've got
I-
one thing to say before you do that, because I was thinking
Okay.
about this yesterday. It goes back to when they changed the years of the car that they were looking for. The
Mhm.
only way they could do that is if they have very bad pictures of that car. Because you can easily tell between a 2011 to 2013 and a 2014 to 2016. So the
Mhm.
only way that they would have screwed that up from the beginning is because their footage of that car isn't very good.
That's a good point. That's a good point. You could.
I
Make
don't think
that
they have anything tying Brian to this other than the supposed DNA that they found.
And
I
that's
agree.
not even set in stone.
I can agree with you on that one. I
No,
think a lot of
the
us do.
DNA's crap. I
Mhm.
literally think they just made it up. They were trying to find an excuse to arrest him, to check his car, to find the DNA. They're like, oh, we got the guy. They don't have anything.
I agree.
I can agree with you on that. Heather says she can wait till you're more comfortable with it, Jesse, if that's what you want to do. And
I
I'm
thought
okay
the list
with
was
bunch
that.
of
great,
other
by the
people.
way.
I like the
I did
list.
see a bunch of other people in the chat saying they want to hear it now. So
Yeah, I like it.
I might as well quickly run through it now and then
I think they're pretty good.
fine
Yeah.
tune it and give it back when it's perfect.
Okay.
But
Whatever you're fine.
But-
That's fine with me.
if you guys got 5 minutes to listen to me talk, there were
Okay.
people in the chat that wanted to hear it, I guess.
Sounds like
Yeah.
a plan then.
And
So
I
we'll
like how
go from
you.
the bottom to the
Yes.
top.
Yes,
You
that's
go
how
ahead
I
and,
like
you go ahead
it.
and go ahead and start that. I'm going to grab my coffee. I'm going to keep my. I can hear you doing it. I'll be right back. Go for it.
You're good for at least 5 minutes. So
Okay.
from the top, number 10, facts are not the same as conspiracy theories. And what I mean by this is a lot of times when I go on panels with Dago and CJ and other creators, and we discuss some of the facts that we've uncovered and try to hypothesize, people call us conspiracy theorists. But when you're looking at the facts and trying to put together puzzle pieces, that is not a conspiracy theory. Number 9, experts making contradictory statements. It's
Mhm.
a common misconception that the experts are all aligned in the BK is guilty camp, and all the people that know what they're talking about believe that. That's not true. And I think that if you do some of your own homework, you'll find that even some of the experts that are in the BK is guilty camp will have made statements that contradict their position in other cases previously in their careers. Jennifer Koffengagger is one of those, and Ken Maines, when speaking about the DNA in the BK case, says it's as good as gold. But speaking about touch DNA in the John Benet Ramsey case, he said it's so flimsy, you can't convict anybody on touch DNA. Give your head a shake, he says. So completely conflicting statements on the validity of touch DNA. And I think if you go down the list of all the experts, they will have, at some point in their careers, made statements that contradict their opinion that BK is guilty in this case.
Correct.
Let's go to number 8. Okay, no DNA in the car house because BK was wearing a Dexter suit, or because he was a PhD student, he knows how to clean it up. This is something that gets brushed aside a lot by people speaking about this case, is that he didn't know DNA was found in his car. No DNA was found in his house. He knew what he was doing. I don't really believe that holds water. And I'm not an expert on DNA, but I've listened to a lot of them speak, and I've got a pretty good memory when remembering what people have said in their previous statements. And I think most experts would agree that it's not that easy to clean up your car and your house. And it's highly unlikely that anybody, regardless of how good they are, would be able to pull that off. So I think that's a misconception. The minimalization of the fact that no DNA was found in the house and the car. I think that's a huge deal, and it's a real big misconception that people don't understand what a big deal that is. Going
It's a
to
super
number.
big deal. Can I interject, but before you go to the next one on that?
Absolutely, you can.
Okay,
man.
so here's the thing. He's not a forensic science, like into forensics. So he's not going to be an expert in crime scene forensic stuff like that. But not only that, but if he was wearing like a suit and he steps in blood, you're not going to have a footprint from him, but that suit is still going to track that blood through that house. There's no traces of blood leaving the rooms.
He was studying for forensic cloud base, right?
Correct.
Which makes it ironic that his phone is putting him at all these places, because a guy that's studying cloud-based forensics, if you're using his education to justify the fact that he cleaned his car, and but he couldn't put his phone somewhere else. I mean, that is what do you call that? Certainly doesn't fit with Occam's
In order
razor
to believe that Brian Kohberger committed this crime, you have to believe that he's the best criminal and the worst criminal at the same time.
Yeah.
You're the smartest person to get away with this crime, but the stupidest person to drive your own car and use your own phone.
True.
Doesn't make sense.
Right.
Especially with his background. Like, I would, if I was, sorry to interject, but if I was him and I was going to do this, okay, the first thing I would do is, 1, I wouldn't take my own car. 2, if I was going to, I'd take both plates off. 3, my phone would stay at home. Everything that he did, I would do the opposite of, basically. And with that background, you would think he would know to do these things. And the biggest one of all, this is not going to be anywhere to be found. So I'm sorry to say, that's why I have such a hard time with it. But go ahead, guys. I'm sorry to interject.
All right. Well, 6 and 7 have to do with the rumors of Instagram stalking and the IDs found in the home in Pennsylvania. Both of those, I believe, have been debunked, yet we still we hear it repeated over and over again in mainstream media. In fact, Court TV had that graphic showing the Instagram stalking as if it was a fact, when it's been debunked as far as I'm aware. So that covers 6 and 7. Let's go to number 5. Number 5 is the motive. There is no motive provided by the state. They attempted to provide a motive of an incel theory, or actually, sorry, the state didn't attempt to do that. The mainstream media attempted to provide.
And let's talk about that for a few minutes. Thank you, Jesse. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I'm ready to talk about it. I was just going to say it was. I just wanted to correct myself, saying the state didn't talk about motive, but the mainstream media has floated some theories that haven't fit together for me.
Not at all.
Yeah.
It's really funny how they're gonna say that he's an incel, but then like a few weeks or a month or something before the murders, he was at that pool party and got like 3 girls' numbers.
Yeah. And it's been talked about. We don't have concrete proof yet that he was seeing somebody at some point. There's multiple girls that he's dated at some point. He even made a comment. They had this on mainstream media. What's up? I see you, Dinky. Sorry, hold on 1 second, guys. There we go. Sorry about that. You were hidden at the bottom.
Dinky, hi.
So it was in mainstream media that I can't remember what his name was, but they did an interview with a classmate of his that maybe he was arrogant. I don't know, but he made the comment that Brian said to him that I could go down to the bar right now and leave with any girl I want to. Incels don't talk that way. I'm sorry. They don't think that way. They don't talk that way. So that's out of the picture as far as I'm concerned, and always should have been.
And then Steve made the comment about him possibly being jealous.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't even think.
Why would he be jealous of girls?
And their relationship. That doesn't make sense. What's up, Sleuthie?
Yeah, that's what Steve said.
Let's face it, a lot of people are jealous and they don't go and unalive 4 people with a cable.
But how many guys are going to be jealous of 2 girls' relationships?
Boyfriends, maybe.
A boyfriend, yeah, but if you're not in a relationship with them, that makes no sense. And I don't think, I think that was taken out of context. This is my opinion. We've all watched Dateline and Nightline, and we watched the Drunk Turkey. Sorry to bring that up for anybody that's listening, because that was a horrible thing they did to Drunk Turkey. But we've seen how these shows will take things that people say out of context, clip, cut, and put it where they want it. That that made sense to me with what Steve said. I don't think Steve even said that in that sense. If he did, I think he was trying to find a filler spot because that doesn't make any sense. And that definitely didn't sound like something Steve would say, in my opinion. So that I don't think at all has anything to do with motive. That's my opinion.
Good point.
I can't find a motive, by the way, guys. Welcome, Dinky. It's good to have you here, bud.
Not with Brian, anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
And it certainly seems like that gets brushed off, like it's unimportant. Doesn't matter about motive, but it's certainly
that's one of the most
certainly
important
should
parts
matter.
of it. Yes, it should. You're right.
The funniest thing too is, like, have any of you guys been to Pullman or Moscow?
No.
I lived in Pullman for 4 years.
Oh.
So it's actually like very common to drive to and from. There's restaurants, stores. So they're saying that he's driving over to Moscow to stalk people when there's a million other things that he could be doing, not stalking people.
We've heard a bunch of people talk about how certain things that we saw downtown Moscow. It's a nice, quaint looking little town, and there's a lot of things. There's how many bars and how many banks and different things here. Why wouldn't people come from another town that doesn't have a whole lot of anything to another town that does?
Yeah,
And
I spent a little bit of time in Moscow because I had friends that lived there. So
that's what I'm
crazy.
saying. I mean, that comment made no sense to me. I'm sorry.
And like
Can you hear me, Baker?
the first time he got pulled
Hey, Baker,
over
can
in
you hear me?
Moscow, it's like the main. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, buddy.
Sorry, guys.
It's
just
like the
not
main
better.
road between Moscow and Pullman. So if you're gonna drive between the two, you pretty much have to be on that road. But it's suspicious.
Yeah, I agree. And Heather Mosher's correct. She said, because Kim, I'm not bringing anything bad up, but she was in here. She lived out there and even said herself, same thing Heather's saying. Groceries and goods are cheaper in Moscow than in Pullman. Why wouldn't you go where you can save money if you're already kind of pinching money? Do you know what I'm saying? And Kim said that all the time, that a lot of these kids that went to Wazoo or that went to whatchamacallit, that lived in Pullman would come to Moscow to do laundry, to do this, to do that, to get their groceries, their foods, whatever. And then they would go back. So that is,
When I lived there, a lot of people would drive over to go to Winco because it was cheaper.
Mhm.
So
same thing she said. Yes.
this is not an out of the normal thing. People drive to Moscow all the time.
My opinion, folks, is it's part of the smear campaign. I'm just telling you. That's my opinion. Welcome, Dinky. It's good to have you up here, buddy. Thank you for joining us.
No worries. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Did you have a comment on this, what we're talking about, real quick?
I was just listening to Jesse's 10 comments, actually. It's quite interesting.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, I've got a few comments to make, but I'm quite happy
Absolutely.
to let Jesse
right now we're on the motive. So a lot of us feel the same way. I feel that there is no motive. I've looked into it for 8-9 months and I can't figure out a motive. If we're gonna go with he did it just because he wanted to see if he could get away with it, okay, but it's not a real strong motive in my opinion. Based on what his educational background is, I can't solidify that in my mind. I can't process it through to make it make sense. So that's my thought on that.
I think if that's the case, why would he choose a target 10 or 12 miles away in a house potentially full of people?
Yeah.
If he wanted to go and try and commit a murder to get away with it and go through the process, why wouldn't he pick an easier target? Maybe a person living on their own,
his own apartment complex.
Yeah, or out. Look at the countryside around there. He could have gone anywhere.
Sure.
Could have took his time.
Yes.
To do this.
Yeah.
He could have gone to
6 to 8
Colfax.
minutes.
There's a bunch of small towns around that area that have far less chance of running into ring cameras and other people walking around. That's the other thing, because a lot of people talk about, like, well, there's all these kids walking around. Do you guys have no idea how many kids are walking around these towns at all hours of the day? I could tell you stories about what goes on in this town.
We saw it. We saw it firsthand on body cams. How many people did we see walking around at 3 o'clock in the morning in a college town? Remember that on a Saturday night.
Oh no, I'm telling you, like those 4 people that walked by that light in the background. It is so ridiculous. I lived on, like, I don't know how familiar you guys are with Pullman, but I lived near B Street and Stadium Way,
Yes.
which B Street is the most, it's like the most walked on road from the college campus, the bars, Greek Row, down to
Yeah.
the student housing. It's my house was pretty much across the street from Brian's apartment complex, okay?
Okay. Gotcha.
So I would be up sitting in my living room, and all of a sudden you just hear thump, thump, thump. People are walking on my deck out front, moving our trash cans, our chairs, our tables, and I just open up the door as fast as I can. And they're like, "Oh, what?" Like you guys have no idea what kind of stupid stuff these college kids do.
I can
They are
imagine.
up. They are up all the time. Like that guy walking around with the sign in Moscow. That stuff
Right.
happens all the time. You
Yep.
could pretty much bet on any given night, if there's a road blocked off or cone somewhere, you're going to wake up and find them in the bushes the next day. These college kids do shit like this all the time. It is not suspicious. It's normal. It happens all the time.
So is
I've
there a
got
drug
some thoughts.
problem? Is there a drug problem there?
So I lived there about 13 years ago is when I moved away.
Mhm.
There were drugs there. I'm sure it's gotten a lot worse now because drugs everywhere are worse.
Yes.
But I mean, it's a college town. I never was around people doing drugs, maybe weed. But
Right.
I mean, I knew that there were drugs, that drugs were there.
And it's a college town. You just said it yourself. Like
Yep.
back in 1993 and 94, I didn't go to college, okay, but I did. I knew people that went to college. I had friends that were in college. We would hang out and stuff like this. A lot of drugs back then. I mean, they weren't the crazy drugs we have nowadays, but it was still happening. It's college, folks. It's part of going to college. I'm sorry. Um, but they have gotten worse. They have gotten worse. There's a hell of an influx, a hell of a bigger influx of what there was or there is now compared to what there used to be. Even 13 years ago, it's gotten worse. So yeah, but I can say that it's really bad now. Like I said, when you see a huge bag of pills that looks like sweethearts, and
Mhm.
you gotta go talk to your son and say, hey, don't take anything from anybody.
Yep.
Other than me, your mom, and the school nurse, then there's a problem. That's so yeah, we've come to that point, but at the same time, these kids at some point have to have common sense, you know what I mean, and know what's right and what's wrong. And I'm sure their parents are just like the rest of us are and saying, don't do this, don't do that. Not saying that they all listen to it, but just saying.
You want to
I've
hear
got to
girl?
follow up on the motive of BK doing it just to get away with it.
Mhm.
And in my opinion, history has taught us that somebody who's going to do something like this, it's not going to be a one-off. Like if you're just going to go unalive 4 people that you don't know just for the sake of getting away with it, it's not going to be a one-off. You're going to do it. You're basically an SK, even if and nobody's really accusing BK of being an SK, but I'm not aware of anybody who does this once. I mean,
No.
don't you do it over and over again, and I'm also not aware of anybody who starts out with such a challenging.
Not that big. No.
It's too daunting for a first time.
I
So
agree.
to fit that on BK as a motive, I think that you would have to show me previous unalivings that to start him off, because like I said, there's no I'm not aware of any historical precedent for just offing and this is covered in the rest of my list, but I
Right.
don't see any historical precedent for somebody just starting off first time. Let's do a really challenging 4 people, one of them's a man, 6 people in a house. Yeah, that seems like biting off more than you can chew.
It doesn't make
Jesse.
sense.
Jesse, I I was listening to somebody the other day, just going back to what you were saying, and they were telling me that it was highly probable that one person could go in there, do what they did with a knife, and leave within 6 to 8 minutes. Now, one person. Now, we're talking about this could be Brian's first time ever doing this. Now, I don't know how many people in here have ever stuck a knife into anyone, but I haven't even comprehended that thought. I can't even imagine what it would be like. So to think that this guy expertly went in there, knew exactly where to stick that knife so that nobody would make any noise, didn't have any kind of reaction, didn't puke, wasn't sweating all over the place. It's insane to me. It's insane. And I think that, to do that for a first time kill there's just no way. So like you say, I think we need evidence that he's done this before. It's highly likely that whoever did this.
And thus far, we haven't seen that now, have we?
No.
And again, it just doesn't fit Occam's razor, does it?
No.
Well,
no.
in the perfect world,
Occam's razor.
in a
Well, the
perfect
reason I
world,
keep
you
bringing it
could
up is
do
because
it.
people keep on using it to, like, they pull it out like, oh, look, Occam's razor, he's guilty, must be.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's only a
it's
couple of people
mind-blowing.
that keep using that. A
Yeah,
couple of people
it's-
keep using that, but they use it over and over. That's the problem. And they interject it.
Yeah. Eddie,
In a
you can
perfect-
the link is pinned at the top of the chat, Eddie. If you want to click that, buddy, it'll bring it right back in here. Sorry to interrupt, folks.
In a perfect world, you could walk into a house with a knife and unalive 4 people fairly fast, but you're not going to be able to do it without getting blood all over you, and there's no traces leaving the house.
Thank you, family and friends.
Also,
I don't know. Have you guys ever seen that goalie get hit in the neck by a skate in like 1992 or something?
Clint Malarchuk, Buffalo Sabres.
Yeah.
I knew Jesse was going to know.
Ah, exactly.
So,
yeah.
Can't get one past me.
You can. Well, I'm not trying to get anything past you, but my
No,
point
I-
is this: you can hit people in the neck, and they're gonna bleed out in about 20 to 30 seconds. So you theoretically could do it to 4 people really fast, but they'd have to all not be paying attention. Like you'd have to get everybody by surprise. So like the odds are stacked against you, but you're not gonna get it. You're not gonna get out clean. There's going to be
But
something
hold
on
on
you.
a second.
Okay.
Hold on. There were no wounds to the neck, though. That's not what Mabbit said.
No, that's
Well,
true.
Again, I'm just saying, perfect world, you could
Correct.
go into a house and get 4 people like that. That's all I'm saying.
Yes,
I don't think that's
correct.
what happened. I literally think 0% chance Brian did this.
I'll throw
Let
my
me-
little thing. Go ahead, Dinky, and then I'll throw mine in there real quick.
I was just going to say, it is possible for this to happen. It is possible for one person to go into that house, do what they did, and leave with no trace. But that person would be highly trained on how to do that.
And you're
Thank
not doing
you.
it in 9 minutes. You're not doing it in 9 minutes.
And here's
you
the
might
thing.
not be doing it in 9 minutes, but a trained person who has spent quite a few years doing that as a job is trained to go in unnoticed, silently, no mess, get out, get away.
And that's
you know,
the-
Correct.
Now,
So-
here's the thing. I spoke to I'm sorry, were you done speaking, Dinky? I didn't mean to interrupt if I did.
No, of course they go.
Okay. And by the way, real quick, thank you, family and friends, for that. And she says, whether BK is guilty or not, I have a feeling Steve G's initial instinct that individuals were cleared too fast will hold more truth than anyone is acknowledging. And amen to you, Dago. I thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Now, I spoke to a friend of mine that is ex-military, was ex-law enforcement. He's in high martial arts. He's still in training all the time, does different scenarios. Thank you, CR, very much for that. And CR says BTK killed a whole family his first time. Agreed. Okay. But here's the scenario with this. Thank you for that, CR. The gentleman I spoke to, when I first brought this to him, I said, this is the scenario. What do you think? And he's in great shape. This guy is, okay? Like I said, he still trains and does all this stuff. And he said, how did he do it? And who did he do it to? And so on and so forth. I said, well, this guy, I showed him the guy, his stature and all that. And I said, he went in and he unalived 4 people in 9 minutes. One of them was a male that was a little bigger than him. The other 3 were females. And he looked at me and he goes, well, he just shot them all and left. And I said, no, that makes more sense. He didn't. He used a knife. And he said, what do you mean a knife? I said, well, they're stating that it was a Marine Corps K-bar knife. And he just looked at me. In 9 minutes. And I said, yes. And he goes, no, he didn't. That's his opinion, but he said, no, he didn't. And I said, why do you say that? And he said, well, here's the thing. He goes, I was trained to do stuff like that. Okay. We did training exercises to do stuff like that with different variations of weapons. He goes, first of all, why would anybody use a knife to unalive 4 people in a short, if they had to get in and out? Why would they not use a gun? We don't know. That's why I said that's the question of the year. We don't know that. Makes no sense. He goes, that seems very personal to me, blah, blah, blah. I said, I agree. He goes, now, did anybody that you know of fight back? I said, yes, so on and so forth. And he said, okay, I don't believe that he did it in 9 minutes. And I said, none of us do. And he said, okay, how did they know that this, that? And I explained the whole thing, and he just stared at me for a good 10 minutes and was like head cocked to the side and said, that's impossible. He goes, is this guy like a serial killer? Did he do this multiple people? Blah, blah, blah. I said, not that anybody knows. This was the first and only time that he ever did this. And he said, dude, come on. This is common sense. He goes, if this guy went in, never doing this before, with a K-bar knife, which he did say at the same time too that K-bar knives are junk, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
Which
Even
we've
the
heard
military
multiple
doesn't
times.
even use them.
They don't. They break. They're shitty. And again, they don't match, in my opinion, the wounds that we were described. Okay, so we'll go on with that. He said in a 9-minute period of time, this guy walks through the door, goes directly to, and I gave him the 2 different scenarios where he could have went upstairs or downstairs or whatever. And so, and then at the end, he laughed when I said he left 2 people alive too. But anyway, he said, so he goes in and he attacks these people. One of them's the guy. And I said, the only thing that we have said that could have made a difference is if they were drugged. And he goes, now that, yes, that could make a little bit of sense, but they would have to be completely knocked out, where he could just walk in and go boom, 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 and leave.
Mhm.
And he said,
The
was there
perfect world? It has to be a perfect scenario for that to make
perfect
sense.
scenario, right? And he said that. And he goes, how many wounds? Now, here's the other thing, folks. Each victim had multiple wounds, okay, that we know of. At least the girls, multiple, 36 or more. Okay, that takes some time. And he explained that takes time. And he goes, I'm going to venture to say that if you stab somebody 36 times, you're going to hit a rib or a sternum or something. That'll break the knife blade very easily. Bone is hard, folks. It doesn't you don't go through bone that easy. And again, these knives are junk.
And
He
we know
said,
Kaylee's liver and lungs were hit, so you pretty much have to go through ribs at some point.
okay, thank you. Okay, so and maybe roll, and you're on the back, on the sides.
And
I hate talking about this, but it's a fact.
Dago. Also, Mabbit said that there were a lot of chest wounds, which is bony area, right?
That were the fatal wounds were in the chest. She said, yes, that's right. Very bony, rib cage all the way up through here. You're gonna get stuck. Okay, you're gonna have to move and things like that.
And
We
what's the
know
other
that,
person doing that's in the room?
right. We know that Xana had defensive wounds. Okay, at least Xana had defensive wounds. That takes time.
Did she really though?
They said that her fingers were in bad shape from defensive wounds. Okay.
If you listen to Mabbott's interview,
Oh no, I know what they're
on,
saying. I'm just questioning.
But her interview gave
understanding
a lot of
what I'm saying.
Yeah, I see. I know.
Were they really defensive?
Well,
because all I know is
like she grabbed the knife.
If you're holding a knife and you stab somebody and it slips, it's gonna cut your fingers, and it might cut your fingers off.
May I interrupt for a moment? Trigger warning, everybody. Trigger warning.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Better late than never.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's scrolling on the screen, but yes, I know, folks, and thank you for all those of you. If you guys do have issues with some of this stuff, I don't mean to put this out there, but that's how we're explaining this. There's a trigger warning scrolling at the bottom of our screen right now. If you're not comfortable with this, you can step out just for a few minutes and step back in, and nobody will think any less of you. But yeah, and
can I just say that, unfortunately, we have to talk about these things in order to understand how this crime happened.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if we can understand exactly how it happened, then we can maybe understand how the person did it. So,
yes, sir.
Is it Brian that did this? Well, let's look at how it was done. Is Brian capable of that? Was Brian able to do that? If not, then we need to look at other scenarios. And
agree.
You get shouted at and cancelled and blocked for even having that kind of opinion. But
Right.
you know, we've seen nothing new from the prosecution. Nothing in
No.
9 months. Nothing.
Right.
No.
I've been quietly sitting on this fence now for 8 months, and I still keep saying, you know, I'm waiting for that one thing to say, okay,
One.
fine, yeah, the guy did it.
That puts him in the house. Right.
Exactly, just one thing. And
One.
that thing-
I don't believe he ever touched that house.
I don't either.
Right.
I don't either.
There's no way.
Because here's the thing. Just to moral of my story real quick. The guy said that I was talking to that with the time it takes for people to wrestle around, possibly defend themselves, go through this, do that, here on, you know, everything you had to handle in 9 minutes, it just doesn't make sense. So that was the ending to that. But
Mhm.
you know, now moving forward to what we're at now, I don't see anything that they've shown, and I don't understand this either. Okay, we have this stupid. I have to do this because it just puts it there. We have this stupid little bit of touch transfer DNA inside a snap. That's what we have. That's what we arrested him on. That's what we got. That's it.
They go, actually, one thing we got from that hearing on Friday was they call it environmental DNA.
Yes.
Which I
Yes.
thought was
Yes, that's
really
true.
interesting, because
That's true.
that means that
Very
it
interesting.
could have gotten on that button snap environmentally. So from breathing, from being in the same room, in the same environment, it doesn't have
That's
to
right.
necessarily mean he ever touched it.
That's
He
right.
could have just been near it. And I
And
found that quite interesting.
It's very interesting because that proves he didn't have to touch this, folks. This isn't the same one. I'm just using this as an example. He didn't have to touch this. He didn't have to have anything to do with this. He could have been standing next to somebody that had this in their pocket. He
Right.
could have walked past this three weeks before that and just
And-
seen that.
And
Okay?
look how you're handling it. You got DNA all over it.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
That's
All over.
all that they had, folks. Now you're gonna tell me this drives me nuts. That's all the state had to do. Okay, if they have, everybody keeps saying they got so much more. They got so much more. Where the hell is it?
If they had more, I think they would have been arguing a bit more about it on Friday. You know,
That's my point.
Bill Thompson would have said, "Look, this is pointless because we've got this." You know, he should have given something if he had it, and he
Yes.
was just getting frustrated
Why did they do
And-
the secret grand jury in the middle of the night?
Because
didn't
they
want
knew.
Bethany to test it.
Yes.
That's
Exactly.
it. Right
Because
there.
under cross examination, it's getting tossed.
Yeah, they knew.
Yeah.
As soon as that happened, I told you guys that months ago when they brought Bethany out with that whole exculpatory thing, and they said they're going to subpoena her into court. Blah blah blah. She went nuts. Didn't want to do it. You know, squash this, that, and everything else. And then they approved that interview for the defense to go to Nevada and have a talk with her. Boom! Within 24 hours, there was an indictment. Right? Why?
Yep.
Yeah. And we still
Because
don't know
they
if
knew.
they've even spoken to her.
They knew. I guarantee you guys that they were sitting in Nevada waiting to talk to her when that indictment happened.
Well, they were
Right.
doing it
One
over
thing that I
Zoom or
don't think gets
something, but-
discussed enough is the choice of a sheathed weapon, which Jules mentioned at the very end of her last video,
Oh,
which
yeah.
is something I've said on your panel many times. If I'm going into a house with 6 people that are going to, you know, fight for their lives, there's no reason for me to have a sheathed weapon. That is basically, that renders the weapon useless. to
It
you.
does.
Exactly.
You cannot attack and you cannot defend with a sheathed weapon. There's
You need
no
2
reason
hands.
to have it sheathed. As
That's right.
soon as you enter that building, you don't want to sheath anywhere. There's no point in this
No.
whole time when you want this thing sheathed.
When you go in to
Do
do
not
this,
want it
you
sheathed.
need both your hands. That's right, Jesse. You need both your hands.
You know what
And we
else
could
is
put
really
another thing to bed
interesting?
there. Sorry, Twizzle, go on, man.
No, go.
I was just going to say, we could put another thing to bed there with this whole sheath thing, because I'm sick of hearing, well, you know, Kaylee or Maddie could have ripped it off his belt, you know, or maybe he was about to do essay and he was taking his belt
No.
off. And it's
Oh.
okay, well, if
No.
he's doing that, is he doing that whilst dressed in 3 hazmat
All in
suits?
9 minutes.
Yeah,
it-
exactly.
That's so
it's like
ridiculous.
you can't have it both ways, guys. It's like
This doesn't tear either, by the way, folks. I tried. I literally tried to tear this, to rip this, to pull this. I
it's
had my kid help me pulling this. It does not rip. It's leather.
that will
Right.
outlast a knife. There you go.
Oh,
I
Here's
right.
open
another
them.
really funny thing, because
Mhm.
I don't really know what you guys think, but I'm 99% positive a golf club was involved at this point.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
Yes.
am
I
I.
agree.
From
I
what I
agree.
have heard, those golf clubs were in that spare bedroom downstairs. So in order for Brian to have done this, he would have had to go upstairs, unalive two people, go down the first set of stairs, go down the
Yep.
second set of stairs, go into that bedroom, grab a golf club, go up to the middle floor. None of this makes sense.
And
I
you
No,
agree.
are
there's.
I agree.
right because of I did a show on that alone by itself months ago, and I showed Molly brought pictures in of a broken golf club based on Steve Gonzalez's comment about the large puncture wounds. Punctures are circular
Yeah.
wounds. Okay.
Mhm.
This is not going to do that. Okay. Also, even if this, hold on a minute,
Who else had golf clubs downstairs?
even if this was used, okay,
Bethany.
this is
Yeah.
not going to do that. Okay. These are going to
I heard
give,
Xana also has a golf
Yeah.
club set.
Yeah, there
there
were
were
three
three sets of golf
sets.
clubs.
Yep.
Yeah.
Somebody walked in that door, grabbed a golf club, but broke it in half and went at somebody, is what I think.
Yes,
And then I
I,
said that.
exactly.
I don't know if you guys are catching on to who I think did this, because I've mentioned the name a few times, but
Who? Tell us.
Xana.
What?
Yep.
Yeah.
Why?
That's a different one.
All right. Well, we're going through a list here. Do you want to hear my theory?
Go
Twizzle,
for it.
let me just help you a little bit first, okay?
Well, I
That's
don't
what we're
need
here
help,
for.
but go ahead.
No, just a little bit. The whole golf club scenario, okay? Because I've been thinking about this one too. Now, if you listen to Mabut or whatever she's called, she talks about Ethan's injuries being slightly different. This is where I think the golf club was
Yeah.
used.
And
Also,
if you watch
Ethan
the
has-
Reddit posts, everyone says that
Yeah.
like Ethan's face is disfigured from like golf or
Yes.
bean bags and stuff.
And I
His-
think this is why
His face met the golf club a few times, is what happened.
Yeah. And I think this might be why he had a second autopsy done by his parents. Because they weren't,
Oh.
because I don't think they were totally sure of the actual cause of death. Now, if his, excuse me for this trigger warning, but if his head was smashed in with a golf club and he was stabbed, then the determination of death would be quite difficult. Now, so
Mhm.
to help you out a little bit, Twizzle, imagine this scenario, okay? Now, I've said this to somebody before. I've been in this situation, okay? You've got the housemates. They've all come home from a night out. They're sat around. They're talking. They decide to have a little bit of fun. Now, back in my day, we all dropped a bit of acid, you know? Well,
Yeah.
imagine one person freaking out. Okay, absolutely freaking out. Picks up a knife that happens to be lying around the house, starts threatening people, going absolutely insane, actually maybe even cutting people. So to control that person, somebody grabs a golf club to try and subdue that person. And then from there, you know, we're left with what we're left. Everybody in that house, you know, was there. They knew what had happened. They covered it up. Nobody came in and nobody left.
Mhm.
That's the only way I can think that, you know, maybe I don't want to.
Are you ready? Because I have this whole thing mapped out,
Go on then.
except
And
for like a few small details.
Make sure that you're saying in your opinion
Oh, yes.
and allegedly, please, because this is not fact. Anything that's been talked about, okay?
It's not fact, but actually, Dago, a lot of it is because it comes from Mabut.
Is it just facts
And
that
it
we
also
don't know
comes
yet?
from because we've got the statement from Mabut, and we've got Blake. If you read Blaker's statement in the PCA, okay, he describes in there quite graphically about the blood splatter all over the walls, about how it's consistent with a weapon being used in stabbing motion. It's all there to be read, but people tend to kind of go past all of that.
Gloss
and say,
over
well,
it.
you know,
Yeah, they
Yeah.
gloss
And-
over it.
but it's there, and he's describing the scene as, you know, that house was a bloody mess. Everybody
The house
that
wasn't.
spoke,
The 2 rooms are. That's the
the
thing.
house was. Everybody that spoke on it from early on, Steve Gonzalez, everybody said
Thank you,
that
Molly.
place was like a war zone.
By the way, on the screen,
Oh,
those are
is that an iron right there? Oh my God, who would have seen that one coming?
Mhm.
Not me.
Twizzle.
But you also have to take into account that Bethany and Dylan are still alive. It was a
Oh, I've
targeted attack.
again. I already have it.
Exactly.
I have the answers for it
Okay.
all.
Okay,
I have
the
the
Alright.
answers
suspense
for
is
it.
killing me. Let's hear it.
Yeah.
All
Let's
right.
go.
What happened? What happened 3 weeks before the incident?
3 weeks before.
3 weeks before.
Halloween.
Parents arrested.
Halloween, wasn't it?
Kaylee breaks up with Jack.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Then she moves out. Why did she move out? She's in college. She's with her best friends, living the time of her life. This is what I think. We know. Well, we can guess that Ethan's wounds were worse than Xana's. That Kaylee's wounds are worse than Maddie's.
Mhm.
My theory is Kaylee broke up with Jack. Something happened between her and Ethan. Xana was
What?
upset.
Wait a minute. You mean like as in
Wait.
like something personal between the 2 of them?
I mean, it's a man and a woman.
That's what I was just saying. I didn't know if you
Yeah.
meant like an argument or something like that. Okay.
Well, I mean, think about it, right? I'm not saying that, like, that's my theory, right?
So
'Cause,
that's the
she
fight
breaks
at
up with
the
Jack.
Sigma Chi party as well, right? The fight between
I don't
Xana
know.
and Ethan.
Maybe. It could be. I don't know. But here's the thing. We know that Kaylee was targeted and Ethan was targeted. Out of the 4, it makes sense that there's a reason why those 2 are targeted.
You're
Okay.
saying they had the hanky panky going on?
Something. Maybe they didn't even do it and Xana just thought something happened.
Well, I don't
but
know.
then,
I can't agree. I can't listen, buddy.
Let me finish the story. Because we're not even there yet, right?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
we're waiting for the climax.
Oh,
Excellent
God.
choice of words, Dinky.
Right.
Sorry.
So,
Dinky talking about climaxes.
right. Anyways,
Sorry.
okay. So Xana is a little upset about what happened. Maybe she just thought something happened between the 2. But there's a reason, because Kaylee didn't even want to go back to that house. She went back to that house, and that night she wasn't even going to stay the night there. And the one night she stays there, something happens.
Okay, and
Like-
I have my theory with that, and I'll let you know it. Go ahead. Finish
Okay,
yours.
so anyways, Xana's upset, right? She knows where the golf clubs are. Okay. I think she took out the 2 girls upstairs. The weird thing about that is maybe Maddie was just an accident because they were in the same room. But yeah, I think Xana did this.
Mm.
And it also makes sense because, okay, so like, if Hunter can't get into Xana's room the next day, how did the killer get out of that room that night?
The window?
That's the only other option. They either went out the window or they didn't leave the room.
What?
But the PCA doesn't
Oh
have him
my
leaving through a
God!
window, right?
So you guys are laughing when I said Xana did this, but it makes 100% sense.
But do
It
you
makes some
realize?
sense. I don't know if I'd put it at 100.
No, I'm just
No.
saying like the story makes sense. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying the story
Yeah.
makes sense.
But do you realize what Kaylee was into? Do you all realize what Kaylee was into?
What?
Fans only, sugar baby,
Oh, you
sugar
took- yeah.
daddy. She had all those accounts.
Right,
That's
right.
where our car come from, to be honest.
Maybe
I mean-
Ethan had them. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, we have 2 people with the worst wounds, and the killer didn't leave that room. Especially because, like, we know that room is a bloodbath. There's no way. You'd have to move Ethan out of the way to get out of the door.
Well,
so we know that
I
didn't happen.
don't
But you're
want.
gonna
think
track
Ethan-
footprints.
All right, listen for a
I
minute.
think Ethan
Listen,
could
listen.
have put himself in that position.
I don't want anybody. Please read the ticker because this is not. This does not reflect any beliefs from this channel. This
Right.
is just an opinion, guys. A complete
Yeah.
opinion. Okay.
Yeah. The opinions, yes, opinion.
And
Yes, opinions.
it should not be. I don't know. I
Don't
can't go.
run with it. Don't run with
For-
it, guys. It's
For
opinion.
I can't-
entertainment purposes only.
if that, well, not even that. I feel
That
that's
was a
kind of,
joke, Dago.
no, I get it, buddy. I get it. I
You
just don't.
got Dago.
I
I'm
think it's
British. We're
disrespectful to the
sarcastic.
victims to say something like that. I understand it's an opinion, but I can't go along with that at all because it doesn't. How did, if that were the case, okay? How did that person end up deceased as well?
Well,
Mm-hmm.
they did it
Yeah.
themselves.
What?
What?
I
It's,
don't
Oh
know.
my
No.
See, that doesn't. Where's the weapon at then?
who knows? This is the thing, because at first they told us they were all sleeping. We know that's not true. They were all in bed. We know that's not true. That's what I said earlier. If you think about it, right? If you are holding a knife with your hand and it slips while you're stabbing someone, it's going to cut your fingers. So her defensive wounds might not be defensive wounds.
Her fingers were almost cut off.
Well,
Okay.
okay, I can see that to an extent. I can't. I don't know, man. I can't. And I know that's your opinion. I respect that. I do. And anybody that doesn't agree, please, we can respectfully disagree with it. I get it. That's what it is.
Everyone's
But
entitled to their opinion.
that's a fact. Everybody has the absolute right to have their own opinions and theories on these things. Okay. So, and listen, guys, in the very beginning of this, it was talked about that was, a possible, would they say,
A
a
love
love
triangle.
triangle, so that did come out in the beginning, but I don't agree with that one, buddy. I respect you though. I respect your thoughts, and you've had to think about it a lot to get to that point, so I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yep.
the only thing that how is there listen, that room is a bloodbath. There's going to be a trail of blood if somebody left that room. There's not one.
We don't know that.
Who do we know? This is my opinion. Listen, my opinion. It could have been Jack D. It could have been Jake.
But again,
They they
there would be some sort of a trail out of that room.
they both broke up with their girls.
There's an echo going on with somebody. I can hear it repeating in the background, and that's the problem, though. Is the weapon is nowhere to be found.
We don't know that though. They've lied to us.
No.
Um,
How okay, so they said there wasn't a weapon found, right? But we know that the golf clubs were taken.
yeah, that's true. That's true.
So they told us everyone was sleeping in their beds. We know that's not true. Everybody was stabbed. We know that's not true. A lot of what they have told us we can factually say is untrue. So how do
So
we know
who's
there
being
wasn't a weapon?
protected then? Why would people risk their careers to protect this from coming out? What is it? What's at
I
risk?
don't
Who's to
I don't
save? How?
necessarily think they're trying to protect anybody. I think um, they might think they have more room for promotions if they found a killer. Like if you solve a self deletion unaliving, like you're not really solving anything. But if you find like a killer, like you get press.
Yeah, but don't you think that if that was even remotely something that they would have saw, it would have came out in the beginning that like this is what they thought?
Isn't that the first thing that they thought happened? The
It,
first thing
it
they
was
said was
talk-
that the community was not at risk.
yeah,
They
yeah. I
did
mean,
though.
it was talked about a little bit, but they quickly moved away from that. You know what I'm saying?
Why is there a gag order in place?
I
What
don't
did
know.
it say? What did it say? When they pulled it for Pullman, it said
Hey,
it could
Jules.
pose imminent danger to not only just the public, but to law enforcement. It was a targeted attack. The
Yeah,
house
but
was
then
targeted.
The choice of a sheathed weapon might indicate somebody close to the home, somebody who is comfortable in that house, because unless you're comfortable in that house, I don't see why you would ever want to be in that house with a sheathed weapon. If
Yeah.
if your only purpose to be there is to unalive people, and therefore they're going to want to unalive you right back, there's no need to have that thing sheathed ever. So I almost think the sheath, along with the tox reports not coming back, and put it this way, if the tox reports come back and there's rohypnol or something like that in the victims, that really shines
Could
a
be
negative light on.
Xanax.
Well, I was
What?
going to say the survivors myself, but not. Oh,
Oh,
Xanax. Well,
yeah.
any kind of tranquilizer that isn't recreational. If it's, if it's something that people do recreationally, then you can't really. It's not as much of an indicator, perhaps.
I'm wondering if the girls upstairs had gotten something to make them A, not fight back, and B, not make noise.
So what about Dylan and Bethany? How did they fit? Tell us.
They weren't part of the target. They weren't involved.
She's the one that called her to come back down.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they were involved in the situation, is what he's saying.
Yeah,
I understand what he means.
that's not part of the triangle.
So
Well,
and that was that whole thing was talked about. So that part of it is not beyond. It's not really that far fetched to think about that, but to put it out, I can't go along with it personally. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? That's your opinion, buddy, and you're absolutely entitled to
It
that. You know,
it
I
makes
just
more sense than Brian doing it.
no, I get it. Based on what we've seen, sure, I agree with you on that one. That's a fact.
Also, who usually unalives people while they're sleeping, men or women?
women.
Bingo. I'm
That's
telling
true
you, all the
too.
signs point that one way.
I get it.
Um,
I can see why you can see that. I definitely could. If you break things down, absolutely, I get it. I do. And like I said, I respect your opinion. I can't go along with it. That's all. Go ahead, Jesse. What were you going to
I don't
say?
think anybody wants to
some
go along
interesting
with it, but
aspects to his theory. I thought I've said it several times about Kaylee being in town just the one night, and the
Yeah.
whole Jack and the breakup and the phone calls, and I know that Xana and Ethan were involved in some kind of fight at the Sigma Chi party, and his theory sort of ties into, or could tie into that as well. And I think he might be onto some his theory as a whole. I'm not going to say he's onto something, but little pieces of his theory he could potentially be onto something there.
No, yeah, I get
Um,
it. That's why I said I could see how you could come to that conclusion in some senses. It does make sense, um, based on certain variants. But I can't. Me personally, I can't go along with it. I'm not. I don't feel that that's what happened. But that's just me, and that's understandable. So
the post-trial investigation should get quite interesting.
Yes,
after
I
the
think
trial,
so.
yeah, I
You
agree
know
with
what?
that too.
You know what's really crazy is because I want to get in touch with somebody who would know, but I would be willing to bet that after her and Jack split, there was some drama going on that house, and that's why Kaylee didn't want to be there. We just don't know what that drama is.
Hmm.
That has to do with what she was doing as her side job.
We don't know that for a fact, though. It could. You're right, but we don't know for a fact yet. That's the thing.
But
Um,
why would somebody unalive her and then other people if she was doing OnlyFans or something?
well, here's the thing, though. There's another theory that was brought to my attention a couple of days ago. By the way, for anybody that's not got anything else to say, I got to move some people through so that other people can jump on panel. If you don't mind, because I got a few other people that wanted to speak too, and Eddie can't come up on panel when there's too many people. He's not comfortable with it. So, was there anything else that Dinky or
No, I'm
Twist
good.
that you had to speak on? I appreciate you guys speaking on your opinions, your theories, and all of
Oh,
that.
can I give one story about how smart these college students are before
Sure,
I get off?
sure,
All right,
absolutely.
so I worked at Pullman Regional Hospital, right?
Okay.
And I went to work it was like a Saturday, I believe. And
Hmm.
like there was a few college kids uh, rolling around in wheelchairs. So I go and
Hmm.
talk to the nurses. I'm like, so like what's going on? They told me a story that the night before, um, they were at like a third story window or sliding glass door. I can't remember now. It's been a long time, but 7 students jumped off of this window and broke both of their legs. But they didn't do it at the same time. They did one by one. So this is literally how smart these kids are. One person jumped, broke both of his legs. The next person jumped, broke both of his legs. Third person jumped, broke both of his legs 7 times before they figured out this was a bad idea. These kids do a lot of stupid stuff.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, and alcohol and drugs that are being taken during parties can add to that. We all know that you do dumb things when you're drunk, and this and that and everything else. You know what I mean? So
Mhm.
that does make some sense in that sense. I get it, buddy. I do.
Yeah. These
Um,
kids aren't that smart. They do a lot of stupid
they
stuff.
don't make good decisions. We'll put it that way.
And a lot of people are like getting mad at the cops and the body cam footage, which I can understand because they were kind of being dicks. But a lot of
Mhm.
times, these cops are actually looking out for the kids' safety. And I will tell you this 100%: if you're not acting like a dickhead walking down the sidewalk, cops don't really mess with you there. I never
Yeah,
had a problem with cops. I didn't act like a dickhead. So,
it each the different people. You know what I mean? But I get it. I do. Certain people do it. Some people don't. It is what it is. But I
yeah,
appreciate it. I
the cops
appreciate
aren't that
your.
bad there.
Okay, that's good to know. Well, and I appreciate your input on that. Thank you very much, Twix. Yeah, Twix. And I appreciate you. Anytime I do this, you're welcome to jump up here and speak your mind on what we talk about, sir.
I'll be in chat.
Can I
Thanks for having me.
clarify something real quick, Dago? Kaylee had
What's
warrants
that?
pulled out. Kaylee had warrants pulled out for her bank accounts. She had 19.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So something's up.
No, I get it. I get it. You've talked about it. Sleuthy says not the same individual. You're welcome to jump up here, by the way, Sleuthy. It's pinned in the chat if you want to jump in. Um, not the same individual, but the same scenario is something that she's considered as well for some time. Just a different story, same outcome. Even considered how the weapon was removed. See, guys, it's opinions and theories on things that we see and that we look at to try to make things make sense.
That's
So
what I said, Sloofy.
that's how it happens. Um,
Dago, I'll jump off, Dago, but I just wanna put this out there because
yes, sir.
the biggest thing that bothers me about all of this, right, is we have days like today where we're talking about everybody's opinions. Now,
Right.
chat goes nuts, people go crazy, and it's just unfair. So I think what we need to focus on is looking at the mainstream narrative that we keep getting fed by
Yes.
these people
Yes.
and debunking that, because
I agree.
what we're hearing, okay, is Brian stalked these girls. Probably Maddie or Kaylee is what you hear all of the time, right? He
Yeah.
sat in the back. He sat in the back car park and watched them in his rear view mirror like it was some kind of, dirty movie or something. And
Yeah.
he's been doing this over and over. I'm only expressing what we hear all of the time. This is what we're told all of the time. Okay, so he's
Yeah.
stalking these girls. He's parking in this car park. One night, he's driving around in circles, gearing himself up to actually commit this crime.
Yeah.
So we're also then, there's a bit of a gap in these people's theories because they say that in order for him not to have gotten any stuff in his car, he must have been dextered up, whatever
Yeah.
that means. I didn't really watch that, but I kind of get it. So
It just means that he's like wearing a Tyvek suit
yeah,
and sealed up, so you
I
can't get anything on
yeah,
you.
I get it. And they say that, he must have basically cellophaned the entire interior of his car. So he left his home. We know he said now that he's left his home the night before. So he's driving around in circles, wearing all of this gear, with his interior completely covered in cling film, in the
Hmm.
early hours of the morning, with a K-bar knife, and according to some people, a shower curtain and a Home Depot bucket in the boot.
Right. Right.
Yet he's not concerned he might get stopped by the police whilst driving around looking like an Oompa Loompa,
Right.
surrounded by cling film. I don't get that, but this is what we're told, so we'll go along with that. And then we're told that what he's done is he's entered by the sliding door. All he's looking to do is go up the stairs because that's where his target is, either Maddie or Kaylee. Okay, so there's another flaw, because if we're led to believe his target is just Maddie or Kaylee, would he still go through all of this trouble to wear all of these suits to protect the interior of his car? Because if his target was one of the girls that he'd been watching, then you would imagine that it would be for SA reasons, rather than just going in to kill one of these people. because that's the behavior that we're being told is happening. He's sitting, he's watching, he's a pervert, he's an incel, all of this stuff. So basically what I'm saying with that is you can't have both. He's not going to dress up like that in order to walk into a house, to go to one room to target one person to sexually assault them. Doesn't make any sense, as we've talked about before. But anyway, again, this is what we're told. And then we're also told that, the noise woke other people up, and that's why Kaylee came in, and Xana saw him in the kitchen. Well, then we're creating a lot of noise and a lot of movement, so the narrative of them all being asleep and helpless in their beds goes out of the window. If they're all asleep in their beds, then we have to assume that he targeted all 4 of them, because otherwise why kill all 4 of them if they're asleep in their beds? There's no reason for that. So again, what we've got to do is just keep looking at what we're being fed, and look at the possibilities of how that's actually happening. I mean, I've even heard from one of my favorite commentators in chat sometimes that what he did was, before he entered the patio doors, he laid the shower curtain down gently outside the doors, went in, did what he had to do, came out, completely stripped off into the shower curtain, wrapped all of that up, put it in a bucket, put it in the boot of his car, and drove off. Well, okay, he did that in 6 to 8 minutes? Still doesn't make sense to me. And he's before he's going into a house, he's laying down a shower curtain.
Yeah.
So
that takes too much time. Yeah, you're right.
So again, then we have to look at, so if he's targeting just one of the girls, which is what they're telling us he's doing, why is he doing all of this? So you have to throw all of that out the window. So for their theory to make sense, for these people saying that, it was targeted and everything else, and Brian did this, and he's so clever, blah, 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 he would have to have been targeting all of those people in the house that were asleep.
Yeah.
If he's going to walk into that house with a knife to kill people, he has to be believing he's going to have to kill everybody in that house.
True.
Why wouldn't you think
I can agree with that. Yeah, I can agree with that.
So again, the time frame doesn't make sense. The fact that people are left alive doesn't make sense. And after the crime, I mean, he's driving around, he's stripped off, he's naked now, apparently. And he's driving around for another 4 or 5 hours naked, not concerned he's going to get stopped by the police and
doubtful. Yes,
and find a bucket full of a shower curtain and a bloody knife. I mean, none of that makes sense. So my challenge is to these people, and I won't say names because they know who they are, but the people that keep coming up with this stuff, I want them to show me evidence why they believe that, rather than just saying, oh yeah, well, he had a bucket, and because I can afford,
they believe whatever Jennifer Coffendorfer tells them, and Nancy Grace.
Yep,
of course.
Thank you, Jesse.
I've said before 1,000,000 times, okay, all of this Linda Lane footage that we spent weeks looking at was absolute nonsense. It was crap. The original footage, within seconds of it coming out, within seconds, it was edited, it was enhanced, it had little, elantras overlaid on cars that nobody else can see. Well, that then is getting fed through all of these channels. All of these channels on YouTube are sitting through, looking through this enhanced footage, and oh yeah, there's a white elantra, and this is Brian driving around 5 times. And it's like, it's nonsense. That to me is as crazy as Twizzle's theory about Xana doing this. Because if one person, any person here in this chat anywhere, if you can show me that is definitely a white Elantra and it's Brian's car driving around there 4 or 5 times, then yeah, I'll go.
That's number 7 on my list, Dinky.
Yeah,
exactly, Jesse. You can't see anything in that. You can see nothing.
That's
nothing.
True.
You don't even know if the sound on that is legitimate. You don't even know if that was filmed on the same night. None of that. Like I say, and once it's enhanced, that's it. Even if it was legitimate in the first place, it isn't anymore. You know, and so we shouldn't keep feeding it as it's enhanced, it's super enhanced, it's in low light, red light, white light, whatever the hell it is, it doesn't matter. None of that matters. And it's not proving anything. All it is doing is pushing a narrative. And these people keep coming in and pushing a narrative. And as soon as we start talking about anything other than that narrative, chaos erupts everywhere. You know, it's like they jump in chat and they start talking absolute nonsense to people and upsetting people, or they'll jump on a panel and, you know, try and shut people up. And I just think it's got to stop. You know, if we're gonna look at this and work out exactly what happened, we have to look at it from a point of view of, okay, if Brian did this, how did he do it? Is it even possible that he did it? Let's really look at that and examine that. So far, I can't work it out that it is possible for him to do that. So
not by himself.
No, exactly. So, you know, unless we can see proof of that, why shouldn't we talk about other ulterior, you know, situations that most certainly could have happened?
And I agree with you, and that's why I have the channel I have. And I want to say this before anything goes any further. Okay, everybody has been looking at this. Multiple thousands and thousands of people have been looking at this for 9 months, folks. 9 months. We have seen so many different variations and heard so many different theories and opinions and thoughts on this. We're human beings, folks. We have brains. Our brains do wonderful things, amazing things, sometimes horrible things too. They're opinions based on things we've looked at. It's not misinformation, because nobody has said, not one time, this is what happened. This is a fact. This is the real thing. This is where it really happened, blah, blah, blah. Nobody said that, okay? If somebody said that, that would be misinformation. But everybody has the God-given right to have their own mind, their own opinion, whether you agree with it or disagree with it, whether you think it's right or wrong. That's that person's mind and what it's doing for them. And we have to respect that, folks. I scream that every day because it's a fact. We have to appreciate and respect other people's opinions, theories, thoughts, and feelings. We don't have to agree with it. That's okay, though. That doesn't mean they're bad people because they feel a certain way or they think something could be something. They're just using, it's called critical thinking, folks. They're breaking down as much of things as they can to make things make sense to them. And
I like what you said.
pretty much it. Excuse me for 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
No worries.
Jesse.
I like what you said, Dinky, about focusing on what the mainstream narrative is and trying to debunk what's being put out there that obviously just doesn't fit, right? And
Exactly.
I think that's what I try to do because I find it less offensive than the fellow that was just up here with his theory. Well, I'd be willing to entertain some aspects of that theory, and he's got some interesting thoughts. The theory as a whole would be pretty offensive to some people. And you were right when you said, well, his theory almost makes as much sense as the PCA and the garbage we're getting from the mainstream media. But still, I personally myself wouldn't go that far. There was some holes in the theory, I'd say, but interesting thoughts anyways. And I mean, you're not going to get anywhere if you don't have an open mind, I guess.
You've got to look at all angles, but you've also got to be realistic. I can't, I come from a place that's realistic. I've been in a lot of situations in my life, and I know how the world works, and unfortunately, when people are telling you that this is Brian driving around in circles, Brian did this, Brian did that, that's just as bad as anyone coming on any channel and saying, well, Brian didn't do that.
Or Court TV having a graphic saying he stalked them on Instagram. I agree 100%. I agree 100%.
Because people are watching that. People are watching that
Mhm.
because that was the only feed as well for that hearing. So all of the people tuning in to see that, whether they had ever heard of this case or
Sorry,
not,
guys, I'm
But
back.
just seeing that.
just because they do it doesn't mean that we have to hold ourselves to the same standard that they hold
No way.
themselves to, right?
No, definitely not. I just think we need to look at, like I say, the things that we're being told, and then trying to look at, okay, let's see if that fits. So far, 9 months, I can't make that fit, and I've looked at it from every angle. Like I say, I have my theories. Maybe a party in the house went wrong.
Yep.
Maybe there was a couple of more people that turned up to have a bit of a party. I mean, these days, I'm going to get shouted at for this, but it's just the truth, okay? You can call it a party house, and you can talk about those kids taking drugs without speculating that, they're junkies or they're part of a cartel.
Right.
There's so many party houses, student houses. I used to live with my brother. He was a DJ and MC, and he lived with 3 other DJs. And the parties we used to have were crazy. But, all of those guys are sensible guys. One works for the Ministry of Defence, one's now in the Navy, and another one's a solicitor, But
And it doesn't mean it's a bad thing. I agree with you. These are college kids. Right.
We used
They're
to get
college kids.
trashed. Every
Right.
weekend we used to get trashed. And for fun, after parties, we would do something a little bit different. Like I say, drop some acid, have fun. It's not out of this world for kids like that to do it, And these days they're experimenting with other things like mushrooms, like ayahuasca, all of this out of body experience stuff, and that can go wrong. Cocaine, if it's laced with fentanyl, it could kill you.
Yeah.
That's a fact. And if that's happened and somebody's tried to cover that up, that can happen. I mean, this is going to sound ridiculous, okay, but me and my friends, when we used to get wasted, we all used to have a bit of an agreement that none of us would ever go to the emergency room and say, this guy's overdosed. What we would do. I always said to my friends, look, if I overdose, just push me down the stairs and phone an ambulance and say I fell, or, leave me down the street.
Right.
It just sort of for fun. But the last thing, just because we mention drugs does not mean, like I say, they're all sat around they're all sat around sticking needles in their arms.
Exactly.
I don't think that's what anybody is saying. And as far as this crime being related to drugs, the only way I can comprehend that is if it was being used as a stash house.
Yeah.
Okay,
that has actually been talked about, yes.
We know that a couple of the parents have been involved in trafficking. So not just small drug crime. Trafficking is, large amounts across state lines. Well, we know for a fact that place is right in the corridor from Canada right down through to Mexico. If you want to move drugs up and down there, that's a great place. We've also heard, I heard an interview with Steve Gonzalez. He said that every now and again, Kaylee would surprise them and take them to Mexico for the weekend or down to California. They've got friends in California. So there's an established pipeline there. So maybe I can see that being a bit of a stash house. I can see maybe Dimitri's picking up supply. That's it. But I don't see anybody sat in a little room dealing out baggies of drugs. I think that sort of situation, if there's a party, you probably phone Emma, get 5 or 10 pills delivered for a group of you. You'd all throw in 10 or 20 bucks or whatever it is and have a good time. Doesn't make you an addict, doesn't make you a horrible person. It makes you a 20-year-old
college kid,
young adult having a good time.
That's it.
Doing what all of the people that are criticizing this did themselves, because everybody's done it in their younger age. So my dog's attacking me because I'm talking to you and I'm ignoring it.
Who remembers a backpack being stolen? Who remembers that they had that party the night before and Kaylee had a handbag stolen and that her mother stated she was going to be taking her out to breakfast, lunch, and dinner when she got back home.
Yeah. There's a lot of, I don't know. I think
Right.
Steve knows a little
More.
bit more
Yep.
about what happened and what might have been involved. I think he had his own ideas before they brought up Brian and said, right, here's your guy. I think he was a little bit taken back and thought, well, okay, we'll go with this. And, you know, he's admitted himself, he's not been told anything more than we have.
Right.
And he's a parent. He hasn't got a clue. So, and he even said in an interview he did before court that, I'm convinced this is a guy. I think he must have watched Ken Main's little video of the Elantra going around at certain times. So you can see where he's getting his information from, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
If he's looking at that and he's looking at overlaid pictures of Elantras on black and white fuzzy screens, of course
you're thinking of Gray Hughes, I think.
Gray Hughes,
yeah, Gray Hughes, yeah.
Yeah, so I always get his name wrong. But yeah, you see what I mean? That's what he's watching, that's what he's listening to. He's going with that narrative.
Yeah, but Steve is the only one who has a PI, and he's the only one who has an attorney.
Yeah,
Well, he's also the only one that is being out there and active, because the Chapins are out. They don't want nothing to do with it. And, you know, we haven't heard anything from the Kernodles, and he's speaking for Maddie's family as well. So,
yeah, I find that quite strange.
and yeah, Sleuthy's right. 100 could go wrong. Right. You're right. So, you know, and again, guys, anybody that's getting upset with people talking about drugs and the victim, nobody is re-victimizing or being disrespectful to the victims. It's a statement that's being made that these are college kids that have fun, and it's being made sure to be said that that doesn't make them bad people. It doesn't mean that they were drug addicts. It doesn't mean that they were junkies. It just means that they experimented with drugs here and there, like any other college kid has and does and will. That's all.
There you go. I've seen a TikTok of Xana in her room.
Exactly.
Just finished pulling a bong. You know, so we know that they at least smoke weed.
Absolutely.
It's not ridiculous, you know. I mean, all of these people that get offended by the fact that they might have done a few little party drugs, I don't understand. They think it's totally acceptable. But these people think it's acceptable for these kids to drink, you know, copious amounts of alcohol.
Right.
To me, it's no different. I think alcohol and some drugs are just as bad, to be honest.
Right, yeah, it can be.
And
yeah.
the state Maddie was in at the grub truck, she was wasted, you know? And if that was just alcohol, then why aren't people having a problem with college kids doing that?
Yeah.
We're stating
Sleuthy,
the obvious.
Right, and Sleuthy just made a comment again. It says family members would protect their deceased loved one from forever being remembered as the culprit of such a thing. That's a fact. There's studies about it. She's absolutely correct. Okay, and guys, I know it's taboo. Okay, I think. What was I getting ready to say here? Hold on a minute. I'm trying to. Dinky, I think you have a echo coming through your background, possibly.
I don't know how, because you're actually connected to my hearing aid, so I don't have.
Hold on a second. Let me try something here. There we go. Okay, I got it. No worries. It's taboo to talk about anybody that has been the victim of a crime. We know that in a negative way, okay? But nobody's trying to do that, and I don't want anybody to see that as what it is. It's just we're putting out obvious facts that are part of everyday life with college kids, stating that these kids, I'm sure, maybe smoked a little bit of weed, did a little bit of this, did a little bit of that, definitely were drinkers, we know that, so on and so forth. It's normal things, okay? But nobody's talking bad about them. I understand people get upset because they're deceased. That's a horrible thing. That's the biggest reason why we're here, because they're deceased. But nobody is stating that these kids were these bad people doing these bad things.
Right.
The statements were that they have probably experimented with these things most positively because they should have. In college, that's what you do. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less, guys. So please relax a little bit, and nobody's being nasty, nobody's talking negatively, and none of this is misinformation. None of this is factual information. It's a speculative conversation about theorizing and opinions. That's all it is. Understand that too, please. Anyway, sorry, I just wanted to make sure that that's known clearly. And there we go. All right, and thank you for that, Dinky. I appreciate your input as well.
No worries, Diego. I just find it strange that people get upset when we talk about this. But so what are we supposed to do? Not talk about it?
Right.
Is that the answer? We go along with the narrative then, and we we agree that let's agree that little white car is Brian, and it's all over and done with. This guy managed to do this crime. End of story. Let's not talk about it anymore, and let's wait for the trial.
I think you hit the nail on the head when you said you take the information that you're getting presented by mainstream media and the authorities, and then you challenge that, and that's where I like to put my focus on, is the information that's out there that's being fed to us by News Nation and the mainstream media and the authorities, and then poke holes in that and see where it leads you.
I agree, Jesse.
Yes, sir.
100%.
I do too.
And I don't think we should be, shamed into not being able to talk about other possibilities or exactly how this crime happened. There shouldn't be anything wrong with that. That's what we do. We try to investigate. Do we not?
It's about critical thinking. We have a brain.
Yeah.
We need to use it.
100%.
And regardless of what anybody states or thinks or feels or has an opinion of, it still doesn't delete the fact that these kids didn't deserve to lose their lives, that this never should have happened. You know what I mean?
100%.
So that's the big thing right here, guys, and that's what we're all out here fighting for justice for, is that alone. And we can't take it. Yeah. So,
and I think the last thing that this investigation needs, or this whole mess needs, is a fifth victim. Because if this guy's innocent and they stand him in front of a wall and shoot him, where's the justice in that? That's just a fifth victim in this whole thing.
Right. And then possibly could bring more victims forward if the people that did this are still out there and about. Once they see they got away with it, why wouldn't they do it again? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Also, the public getting behind the idea that it doesn't matter if they broke the law to build the family tree with the IgG profiles, and if they violated policies, because as long as they got to the right guy in the end, and we're gonna line him up against a wall and get rid of him with a rifle, a lot of people are really happy with that. A lot of people don't understand that you shouldn't cheer for people's rights to be violated, no matter what kind of person they are, because eventually you'll be on the other end of that rifle, and people just don't get that.
Amen.
Absolutely.
Amen to that one. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
100%, Jesse. And the other thing, you hear so much from people is that, they think he's guilty. I'm going to say he's guilty, but I couldn't sentence him to death. Well, you can't have that both ways. If you think Brian did this and he's guilty, then, you're with that 100%. So
yeah,
if you don't think that and you're hesitant, then you have doubt, which shows that this case has reasonable doubt.
Right.
Just on the basis of that. And even the hardcore people that say, oh yeah, he deserves what he gets, still, even Daniel at Drunk Turkey, who's pretty biased, still says he couldn't put the guy in front of a shooting.
Exactly.
Firing squad. Well,
there's just not enough.
But then there's not enough to make him guilty. If there's not enough, there's not enough.
That's it.
Do you know what I mean? There doesn't seem to be any in-between space, I don't think. If the guy's guilty and he did this, he's guilty.
Absolutely. That's right. 100%.
If you doubt that he's guilty, then for Christ's sake, open your mind and look into other possibilities. Look into other people being involved. Look into whatever else because if you have that doubt, you owe it to yourself to look into this stuff.
Exactly.
It's
Thank
that
you.
simple.
Thank you for that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's a fact. Real quick again, Sleuthy said anybody getting upset about it is likely to judge the victims if they were drug addicts. That's just her opinion. I don't care what these kids did, but victimology is a thing. BK studied it. That was one of his things. That's a fact too. And thank you for that, Sleuthy. For sure. And again, Dinky, thank you for that. That's absolute fact right there. Absolute fact.
It's crazy, Dago. In the last few weeks, this whole thing has just got crazy. And when it started, when you put your foot down and you decided you'd had enough and that we were going to talk about Dylan.
Right.
Mm.
Do you remember that?
I absolutely do. I absolutely do.
And what happened after that?
Mm.
A complete shit show for the last 2 to 3 weeks of
Yep.
People crawling out of the woodwork
Yep.
to bash anybody that had a different opinion to the mainstream.
Mm-hmm.
It's been disgusting. I mean, I'm banned from CJ's show.
Well, that's crazy.
And Rory's, because I don't agree with a certain person's narrative, and I'm not afraid to call them out. I have that right. I have
Absolutely.
that right. If they're stating stuff in a chat that I don't agree with, I will, I'll have my 2 pence worth. That's just how it is.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
Like you say, every time we take a serious step back and say, okay, let's look at this from a different angle, something happens. Something crazy happens, and it all goes to shit, and people start leaving.
Mm-hmm.
And I think yesterday was a real proof in the pudding for me about how good and how honest of a person that you are. I think most of your chat was in tears yesterday at the gifting, the memberships.
Yeah, as was I.
I welled up pretty good watching it. I can tell you that.
As was I.
But I think the thing behind that is the thing that's behind that is what's important, is that people believe in you, and they believe they can come here and listen and have an open mind and have an opinion. And that showed yesterday. The last week has been, a real joy. I don't sleep very well anyway. Right. And for the last 8 months, I've gone to sleep thinking about this stuff.
Yes.
And I've got pretty, wound up. I've had people calling me all sorts of names in chats and stuff. But, eventually it sort of wears you down, and you kind of think, well, I'm going to give up. I'm just not going to go there. I'm just not going to talk about it. And then it's that becomes a frustration, because you sit back and you listen to everybody else talking absolute garbage, and you just think, I can't. How much more of that have I got to take?
Yep, I agree.
But like I say, I think after you made some changes, I think last week, things have been really, really good here. We've had some great days, some good times, some fun. 9 hours trying to decipher what people are saying in the courtroom.
Right.
But that's how it should be, and a chat is happy. People are bouncing off each other. There's no nastiness.
That's right, and I'm wonderfully grateful for that. Sometimes you got to pull some weeds.
That's mine.
Yes. Sometimes you got to pull some weeds when you're growing a beautiful garden. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that you enjoy that, Dinky. I really do. That makes me feel, I don't even know how to explain it, inside. And that's all I want for all of you. And that's what this whole community and platform is based on, and the fact that you can be you. I want everybody to just be able to feel comfortable to be themselves, and to feel what they feel, and to think what they think, and to know what they know, without having somebody come at them and jump in their face and tell them, you're stupid, you're dumb. That doesn't make sense. Go away. Leave. You can't talk about that. No. That's not why we're here, folks.
No, for other channels to plan to come into your chat and do what they did to Rolo was disgraceful.
Yes,
I agree.
And that was the final straw for me. And I'm glad that you made the change, because you know, I really would have been out of here, and I think a lot of other people were as well. They were leaving in droves that day
Yeah,
because we could see it. And I don't think that you can. I understand you looking at, you know, 2 or 3 screens and trying to work out what's going on, but we
right.
see it, you know.
No, I understand.
Um,
And you
and
guys are always the number one important, the most important thing to me, this community itself. Anybody outside of this community, of course, I love people. Period. And I want everybody to feel the same and to be uh to feel free out here to be able to be who they are, like I say. But if you can't and you don't want to be that person, then this just isn't the place for you, and that's where we're at with it, you know. But you
yeah,
guys are always going to be my number one priority regardless, and if I have to do certain things to make that happen, then that's what I have to do, and I have
yeah.
no problems with that ever.
It's funny because, you know, it almost started happening again yesterday, near the end of the day. A certain person jumped in chat, and I believe that person has certain comments
Hmm.
literally in a Word document that they cut and paste into chat to
Yeah.
create a problem, because it's always the same thing. You always
Yes.
know exactly what they're going to say, and it literally it's a cut and paste comment, I call it, and it's just solely to create a problem.
Exactly.
And that person alone has already, you know, been banished by people that are thinking the complete opposite to what most people think.
Yeah.
But he's
Yeah.
still persistent, you know, and it's like, yeah, chat obviously knows who I'm talking about.
Everybody does. Yes. Yeah.
But again, you see, they go, all I'm saying is it's obvious. And the problem is it affects everybody.
It
It,
does.
it, it changes the whole dynamic of the conversation,
Yes.
of the mood
The
of the
vibe,
chat.
everything. Yes.
Everything just goes out of the window because these comments come in, and some people like myself, I can't help it. I react to them, and I know I shouldn't.
A lot of people do, and that's not your fault. It's natural human nature to just that's what this is all about. Your emotions are allowed. Your
It's
feelings
because
are allowed, right?
I'm just sick and tired of hearing the same cut and paste talking points. And these people, you know, they're probably a bit more fortunate than some. They pay to get their comments up on the screen if they're not getting heard in the chat, you know. And that's unfortunate because obviously you're obliged to recognize that because this person is
Yeah.
donating to your channel, but it's a kind of catch-22 situation, you know.
Right.
But
Right.
like I say,
Absolutely.
I think I'm glad to see that the changes are happening, and I'm glad to see that people are opening their minds. And it's not just happening here; it's happening everywhere. And you know, those same people they badmouth other creators that do phenomenal work. You know, and
Absolutely.
I am gonna say her name. You know, Lana, Truth and Transparency. She does phenomenal work. And all
Mm.
of these people go in and watch her stuff, steal their talking points, use them in their own chats, or disagree with what they don't like just to create problems. And if any of you watched Lana's live last night, I think, wow, what that girl's been put through. I don't know if you saw that, Dago,
I didn't get a
but
chance to now.
it's an eye opener. Let's put it that
Hmm.
way. I think it would open your eyes for sure. That girl's been through so much, dude. It's unreal, and it's through other creators bullying her, other people jumping in chats, bad mouthing her, and it's got to the point now where it's legal. You know, she's going to court with these creators. They tried to have her kid taken away from her. It's
It's
disgusting.
stinky. It's out of jealousy. They're
But
just
you know,
jealous.
but they play games with people's lives,
That's the thing is
James.
this
It's
should never ever go real life ever. This is the basis of this is an entertainment platform for everything. Okay,
Right.
to be able to do this, it's turned into a news source. I say that much, but nobody should ever attack anybody in their real life with this ever. That's just
oh,
a big no. I'm sorry. I
and
definitely never ever agree with that.
and to bring their kids into it as well is just that's a
Right.
line that
That's
nobody should
absolutely,
ever cross.
yes,
Ever.
never, never.
You know, like I said, Lana brings receipts. She's the only one that gets all of the body cam footages that everybody uses.
Right.
You know, she really breaks stuff down, and I think, why
She's
can't you mention her name whenever you're about to mention her name in the past or play a clip of her video? Somebody else will pop up and say, "Oh no, watch mine. My opinion's different. It's better." But
yeah, yeah,
you know,
it has happened. It does.
I'm
It definitely happens. When they show up in my chats, she was in here yesterday. I make sure I respect every. Listen, guys, I've said this before. Whether I like them or not, and this is not pertaining to Lana, I'm just saying I respect almost every creator out there because of the time, the effort, and the passion they put into what they do. Almost everyone. Okay, there's a few that I don't, but and there's quite a few that I don't agree with, but I still respect them, and I will not talk bad about. You've never heard me talk bad about a creator in here ever, and you never
no,
will. I will never
no,
do that. Whether they're talking bad about me or not, whether they're slashing me or slapping me around out there, I don't care. I don't stoop to that level, and I won't. That just never will happen. Because I know I'm better than that, and I know that this community is better than that, and that's all there is to that. And I feel that it's sad that people have to do that kind of thing for whatever the reasoning is. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't make you look like a better person, and it doesn't make that person look worse. It just
no.
makes it look ridiculous. It's immature to me, and
Yeah,
it's childish in a sense to me. You know what I mean?
and
So
and it's all just a big distraction.
it is. It is. It pulls all of the importantness away from what we're actually supposed to be doing out here,
Yeah.
and that's not it.
Because
So
there was a time where, I don't know if it was here or on Rory's, but they were talking about the guy at the grub truck, you know, jumper guy, saying,
yeah,
guys, you'll need jumper. Okay. So they're talking
right.
about him. And then obviously that's the same guy that got caught with a sign.
Mm-hmm.
Now, between the grub truck and him getting caught with a sign, apparently he had a big bruise on his head. That's the one. You're going to have to wear that for a
Hayden.
whole stream, Digger.
Yes.
Hayden.
Yeah. So,
Hayden, I can't remember his last name, but yeah.
yeah. So in that short space
Vila.
of time, he ends up with a lump or a scratch on his head. And somebody
Right.
was just about literally to show
There
that
it
and get
is.
into talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
And it changed. You know, the whole thing changed and it got messy. And then we got back onto, well, actually, I think Brian was at this student union place, you know,
Mm-hmm.
getting himself I mean, that's not what anybody was talking about.
No.
No.
And that's
But
happened.
then
Yeah,
we
you're
never
right.
got
That,
back to talking about how
yeah.
the hell did this guy get a big bruise on his head? We still
Yeah.
haven't considered
Within
that.
what? How many hours, right?
An
Yeah,
hour.
like what, an hour and a half, 2 hours,
Yeah.
maybe.
Somewhere in that ballpark.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I think actually changed that same day. I think you came up on panel to start with, and everybody was really looking forward to hearing you, and you
Thank
got
you.
totally silenced that day.
There's always some kind of drama that jumps in and flips it upside down, and then I got to stop everything and go to that and pay attention to that. Then I get frustrated, and
Yeah,
then
and then it's
yeah, it's not worth it.
no, and then we've still not actually achieved anything.
Right.
We still haven't looked at, you know, well, how the hell did this guy do that to his head? What was going on? You know, where's his
Exactly.
girlfriend?
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, the thing about Enon Harsh, okay, everybody says the fact that he was at that grub truck has been debunked. Now, let me tell you who debunked that. It was Enon, right? He said,
Right.
I wasn't at the grub truck. Now, nobody's ever actually showed him the video. He's never actually looked at that video of the grub truck. And nobody said, look, Enon, is that not you? Because, you know, I don't think that guy knows what day of the week it is most of the time.
Right.
You know, he's probably a really nice guy. I think he's just a bit out there. But it's just weird. I would have money on the fact that was him. But if he's got a twin out there, then, you know, sure, he'd probably want to see that for himself too, you know, but he hasn't looked.
Right.
And also where he described this baller Jeep being is exactly where Ethan's friend's Jeep was on the 1122 driveway, right on that corner, which is where he turns to park.
Yeah.
It's probably that Jeep that he saw, which would mean that it was probably there the whole night, which is also a bit weird, yeah.
Agreed.
And that's another thing, you know. We're led to believe that Brian's driving around in circles. That's his car going around 5 times. But at some point, Enan arrives home from work. He's already said that he drives, and we're to believe that nobody else in those apartment complexes is coming or going. It makes no sense to me. So let's just forget about that. And let's just look at what facts we have. And the facts we have are, like I say, the stuff that's in the court documents, the stuff that has come out of Steve's mouth, the stuff that come out of Mabut's mouth early on, because she gave a heck of a lot away and then she got silenced.
Right.
Look at Blaker's statement. It describes the crime scene. It tells you about blood splatter. Now, the way he describes that, whoever committed that crime was covered. That's fact.
Right.
Those things are fact. Those things aren't my opinion. Those things are fact. Those are things that are written down or been said verbally.
Don't forget about Dylan's comments in the PCA, clad in black, wearing a mask, because a lot of people use the fact that the car was clean to suggest that he would have been wearing protective gear and this suit and everything. But I mean, clearly Dylan couldn't see a man wearing a Dexter suit and go back to bed and think nothing of it, right? Like it's bad enough that she apparently saw a man in all black wearing a mask. But if you add a Dexter suit in there, that's just even less believable.
Exactly. And, you know, don't forget, Jesse, that he'd already caused a lot of commotion by tripping over a step on his way past. So he was obviously looking at the floor on the way back. You know, some of this stuff is just, you know, that's not fact. We don't know that as fact. Like I say, what we know as fact are the things that are written and the things that have been said by the official people. Those are the things that we can pull apart. And they give us a lot of information. We can look at the state of the crime scene by the videos that we have of them walking in and out, not wearing any protective gear. You know, there's so much we can look at, which isn't taboo. It isn't opinion. It's fact based on the things that are put out there. That's all. And I'm going to shut up now because nobody else is talking.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate it, Dinky. I appreciate your input, your outlook, and your insight. I really do. And please know that you're welcome up here anytime I do anything like this. And I appreciate you supporting the channel. The kind things you said about the channel, brother, I do appreciate that as well. More than you know.
Dago, you've done a lot. You've done a lot more for people than I think you actually realise. You know, I've only sort of started interacting in the last 8 or 9 months, but I've been listening to you for a couple of years.
Dinky.
I can't figure that out because everybody keeps telling me that. I still don't see what it is, but I'm grateful that I do.
Yes, Rick.
Speaking of, Rolo's in the house. Hi, Rolo.
Rolo.
Hi, buddy.
So yeah, Dago, over the last few years, you know, you've certainly helped me. I say some people know this about me, some people don't, but my health is not the greatest. I suffer from bipolar. I also have COPD. My lungs are shot. I'm deaf. Yeah, my life has been difficult. Let's just say.
You have some really great insight. I really enjoyed
I'm sorry to hear that.
You.
Well, Chains, the thing is, my insight comes from places that I've been. You know, I'll tell you a little personal stuff. I won't babble on too long, but it will give you an idea about where I come from. So, from the minute I was born, my mother didn't want me. My dad was working away. she left me in the house. I think I was 8 weeks old, and she just went somewhere with some guys doing whatever. My auntie actually rescued me. I was almost dead. I had chicken pox. I had scabies. My lungs were bad. So that was day one of my life. 6 years old, I was sexually assaulted by a paedophile.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
My mother used to send me down to see him. The guy used to get me drunk and take advantage, which I didn't deal with that for a very long time, but it's dealt with now, which is why I'm able to talk about this stuff. So that was 6 or 7 years old. By the time I was 9, I was already smoking. I probably had sex with about 3 different people. My life was in the gutter that we all think doesn't exist. We all think when people talk about stuff and they talk about drugs, I've been sat in, we call it in this country, it's called a squat. So it's basically an abandoned house where people will go and crash and use drugs. I've been sat in a squat watching people stick needles in their arms and pass out from probably the age of 12. It's reality. It's real life. It's not the movies. People think all this stuff is, it happens to everyone else, but it happens every day. But look, on the positive of all of that stuff, I trained and I got qualifications to be a youth support worker. I put everything bad that ever happened in my life and I turned that into a positive. I worked with kids that were from the ages of 9 up until they were 21 years old, dealing with homelessness, drug abuse, you name it, I would deal with it on a daily basis. My motto was always, because I was always getting told, you can't help everyone, you can't save everyone.
That's right.
And I never wanted to. I never wanted to save everyone. I always thought if I could just help one person, then that would be enough for me. That would create that balance, It's like if I could help one person to live a positive life, it would balance out the negativity that I've been through in my life.
Amen.
So that's how I started to lead my life, and then I moved on from that into mental health support, where I worked in the community for 12 years supporting people with schizophrenia, with every kind of mental health issue you can imagine. And I used to support them in their own houses and try to get them more integrated back into the community, able to survive, able to get on a bus and take themselves off for the day, or able to manage their finances, all of those things. So I did that for a long time. And some of my clients, they were drug addicts, they were drug users, they were the real people that 99% of people walk past in the street, Those people are real, they exist, they have a life. Their life might not be as glamorous and as fantastic as everyone else's, but they still have a life. They're still a human being. Mm-hmm. And we all deserve to have, equal amounts of respect as a human being. And that's just how it is, and I did that for a long time. And then, like I say, everything's going great. And my second wife decided she was going to go off with somebody else. Messy divorce stopped me from seeing my 2 youngest kids. And my own brain broke. I had a massive mental breakdown myself. And I just couldn't cope. So for the last 12 years, I've, bipolar. I've had, what do they call it? Psychotic tendencies and all sorts of crap like that, So every day now to me it's up and down. It's up and down. But I try to stay positive and I try to be positive and I try to be around other people that are positive and putting out positive vibes. And
Mhm.
so basically what I'm trying to get at, Diego, is what you do by, by sitting there and talking to people and making your community feel like they're part of the conversation with you is a hugely important thing. You get people through their days, and I know there's other people in this chat that feel exactly the same way. So yeah, I think people owe you for that.
You're amazing, Dinky.
I
Know that.
I'm not amazing, Ray. Honestly,
You are.
I guess I
You
don't.
are.
I guess I
I'm
don't
a
think about.
48-year-old mess.
I guess I don't think about all of that on a daily basis. I mean, that's why I'm here, believe it or not. But I don't think about every single person's singular situation and where I fit into that.
To some people, Dago is just a voice, but for me, say 12 years ago, obviously I wasn't listening to you then, but my life revolved around. I was living in a bedsit. I hated it. I couldn't work. I couldn't do anything. I had mental health doctors and nurses come into my place every day, dosing me up with medication, tranquilizers, Valium, whatever the hell it took, just to stop me from killing myself.
Right.
And that went on for like 2 years. And I'll be honest with you, the only reason I didn't kill myself is because I didn't want to hurt myself.
Right.
It was just, I didn't want to hurt myself. I'm not into the pain. But I always used to say to them, I'd be quite happy to just go to sleep and not wake up.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody thought about that at some point.
I want you to know. Hold on a second.
Oh God, started him off again.
Well, Dinky, if this is therapeutic for you, you should do it as often as you can, because I think you have excellent contributions. You make some great points. You're a good speaker, and for a guy that has as many problems as you've listed off, it's tough to tell by having a conversation with you. You sound like a pretty stable guy with a good head on your shoulders, and a valuable member of the community.
Very, very much so. And I want you to know that you always have a home here. I'm very proud to have you in this community.
I appreciate that, Dick. I don't want anybody out there to think I'm not looking for sympathy or any of that stuff. All I'm trying to get across really is life isn't as rosy and as sugar coated as we all like to think. Okay.
No, it's not.
So when we start talking about things that to some people are offensive, to another huge part of the population is reality. And that's just fact.
Yep.
We can talk about these kids might have taken, ecstasy. They might have taken cocaine. They probably have smoked weed. That shouldn't offend anyone. I'm sorry, but it's a reality. And that's what bothers me, is some people think they're higher and above anybody else. And I am going to name Jeff because he floats on his own little cloud. And like I say, he's able to have that input that just shuts people up and shuts up their opinion. And it's like, no, this is how it is. And I'm sick of hearing that. And that's why I like coming into your chat, Diego, because everyone's amazing here.
Well, and again, like I said, that's why I love this. That's why I love this community so much. And like I said, I'm proud to have you as part of this community. I'm proud to have any of you with this community. I'm honored that you feel that way about me and this community. And that goes for any of you that feel that way. I don't think about that when I do what I do. I just do it because it's what I want to do, and that I love people. I love all of the people in this community, and then some. Even the people that I'm not very fond of, I still have that. I want to see the good in everybody. And
agreed.
that's where it comes from.
Mm,
So,
exactly.
Unfortunately, though, when you come from a background like mine,
Right.
you very very quickly see people for who they are.
Yeah.
From 6 years old, Dago, I learned a very very big lesson, and
I'm
that
sure.
is who I can trust and who I can't. And you have to work that out really really quickly, and that's something that stayed with me for my whole life.
I can imagine.
I can see people for who they are. I see it. It stands out to me, and that's just a fact, you know.
Yeah.
That comes from me. That's it.
Well,
I don't want. I'm not looking for sympathy. I'm just trying to get my point across.
No, I know that, and I don't think anybody thinks that. I get it.
My opinion comes from real life, from real situations. So it's not made up. It's
personal experience.
It's reality. Exactly.
Absolutely.
And I have spent a great part of my life using that to help other people. So those two things can go together, you know.
Absolutely, and that's all I want to do, and that's true. People, I've been attacked. I'm sure you guys realize that. I've been talked down to. I've been talked about. I've got pretty thick skin, believe me. And the things that have been said and the way I've been treated and so on and so forth. I don't let it bother me because I know what my purpose is, and I know that there are people such as yourself and everybody else out here that knows who I really am, not what they try to say that I am in some senses. Okay, the king of misinformation, the Captain Conspiracy, all that. I'm none of that because I don't believe in any of that. Okay, but again, with the other side of things that you're talking about. As far as me reaching people and people gaining things from me and so on and so forth, I'm very grateful to hear you say that because it does make me feel as if what I'm doing is worth what I'm doing. It's worth the time I'm putting into it, and it's worth coming back out, as I say, every single day to do this with all of you. Okay, I'm beyond sorry for the life you've led at this point.
No. It's not something that I feel sorry about anymore, Dago. I'm at a point in my life now where, trust me, I speak my mind and I have zero fucks to give. So basically, I decided a couple of years ago that I'm not dealing with any bullshit anymore. I'm not putting up with fake people, and I am not going to put on a persona to please other people. I don't have the time for that. I don't have the interest in that. I'm going to tell you the truth. Whether you like it or not is not my problem, but it will be the truth.
That's what it's all about. And that's what it has to be. That's what's wrong with society. That's what's wrong with society now, is too many people have sugarcoated everything and have hidden everything and kept everything, and they've been fake. I don't like fake. I've never liked fake people. I never will. This is like I've always said. This is who I am, guys. You get the real me inside there or out here. I'm the same person. I never will be any different. And this is what it is. And I want everybody else to be able to be that way too. Don't come in here and pretend, oh, I'm this person and this, that, and God this and God that and God boom, 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 and then turn around and go out in 10 minutes and unalive somebody and then come back in. And no, we don't do that, guys. That's what's wrong with everything. That's why I'm here. That's why I promote as much positivity as I can, because there's so much negativity as it is. We don't need any more, okay? Whether it's because of this or because of that. So I said, I like I started to say, is I feel so bad for the life that you've led, but at the same time, I just met one of the most amazing people that I know now because of the life you've led.
Yep.
And that alone is enough for me.
There you go. Someday we'll have a proper chat, just you and me, and
absolutely.
I think the things that I've told you about, trust me, my friend, are not anywhere near some of the worst things I've been through.
I'm sure there's so much more. Unfortunately, I'm sure there is. But
I'm going to jump off, but I'm going to leave you with this, all right? Because this is another popular misconception. Everybody's heard this saying, okay, that we should treat others how we expect to be treated ourselves. Right. A lot of people live by that. Well, I disagree with that.
Okay.
Now, when I was training to work with young people, part of my training was to think in this way: you should never treat others how you expect to be treated yourself.
Right.
You should treat others how they expect to be treated.
Yeah.
Because if you treat others how you expect to be treated, you're forcing something upon them. They might not want to be treated like you do. Everyone's different. So treat everybody as an individual. Treat everyone differently. Don't treat them the same as you want to be treated, because not everybody wants to be treated that way.
Right. Yeah, that's a fact.
Can
Good
I
point.
say something? Can I say something?
Yes.
A very important month is coming up, right, Diego?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
October.
Definitely. And we're
Very.
we're covering it. We're covering it
Mhm.
regardless. A couple different ways. So, um, and
Dinky
I'm
would be great.
sure, sure. I mean, not a lot of people like to put themselves out there like that, but of course, that would be amazing.
I'm happy. Diego, look, I'm happy to talk about stuff because, like I said to you, I've spent my life talking about it and helping other people with it. So,
Well, we're going to be
me, it's not.
covering a couple times. We're going to be doing a mental health episode. I'm going to be doing a domestic violence episode, and some other things that kind of fall into those brackets as well for awareness, and then some. So, if you want to be involved in that, Dinky, I would be
For
honored.
sure.
I would definitely be honored to have you as part of that, and then some. So we can talk about that a little bit more down the road.
Definitely. Okay, guys, no worries. Like I say, I'll jump off. I don't want to ruin everyone's day with
No, nothing about it.
my morbidity, but
I'm.
It wasn't about me getting myself out there. This is about, like I keep saying, is about, let's get back to reality.
Yes.
Let's accept what is real and what isn't.
Yes.
And that's it really. And let's understand that other people's opinions could be coming from their own experiences, their own life. They might have a good reason for believing the things that they believe.
I do agree. I agree, and I thank you once again, Dinky, for sharing that, for being comfortable enough here to share that with us, and comfortable enough with me to trust me to be that person, and again, for what you said about myself, the channel itself, everything. I'm glad that I can reach out to you in that sense, and anybody else that I've done that for, that I guess I don't realize. I'm honored that I'm able to do that, and grateful that I'm able to do that at the same time. So again, thank you for recognizing that and explaining that to me.
No problem at all.
Thank you, Dinky. I appreciate you.
Thank you,
and
sir.
Chains.
Thanks, Dinky.
Good to hear you. See you later, Jesse. Sorry to jump in on everybody, but
no.
No worries, mate. I agreed with so much of what you said. I think you made some really strong points, especially about following the information that we've been given instead of debating things that we don't know about. There's so much that we can talk about that we know exists, and poke holes in that. I agree with. That wasn't the only thing I agreed with what you said. I agreed with almost everything you said. So, or maybe even all of it. But I think you made some great points. So thank you for stopping by.
Very much so.
Thanks, guys. I just want to say, I don't know if she's still in chat, but I just want to say hello to Boston Supports Lana, because she made a comment on something I commented the other day, and she really lifted me out of a hole, and it meant a lot to me. So I just want to say thank you to her if she's still in.
That's what it's all about, guys. We support each other in here, and we have to keep doing it, and more and more and more, because that's why we're here.
Yeah, for sure. All right, guys. I'll catch you soon.
All right, Dinky. Thank you again.
Later, Dinky.
Bye.
And to all you domestic violence folks out there, peeps, you are not survivors, you're warriors. Okay, remember that, you're a warrior. I will never call myself a survivor.
All right. Absolutely. Thank you again for that, Dinky. And Twin, how do you say it? What's his name again? It came up under a different name when it came on panel.
Dinky 1974.
Twix? Was it Twinks or
Twiz?
Twiz. There we go. Twizzle. Thank you. Thank you for your opinions, your feelings, and your thoughts on things. I do respect that 100%. Very much so. That's absolutely 100%, folks. Period. It's very.
Unfortunately, somebody's probably going to cut his comments and use them against
Mhm.
you.
I don't care.
But I guess you're used to that by now.
I don't care. You know, I don't care. I don't care.
And Jesse, you're
it happens.
insightful too, mister. You're really an awesome guy.
Always, always. He knows. That's why I love having him up here. Always. I'm sorry that we kind of got off track a little bit, but it was important that we did.
No need to apologize. It was excellent conversation.
Yes,
that's
very
really
much
all
so.
I'm here for is the excellent conveation. You know, the mental stimulation. The brain is a muscle. You got to exercise it, right?
Exactly. And like I said, it needs to happen. It needs to be talked about. All of this stuff does, you know. And it, like I said, Twizzle. A lot of people started freaking out when Twizzle started talking about his opinion, but it really is something that's plausible in a sense. Not necessarily. I don't necessarily believe that it happened, but if you look at what we know, based on what we know, it's something that is very plausible because it does make some sense to an extent. And Sleuthy herself said that, you know, she had the same, you know, thought going on, maybe not with the same people, but the same scenario. So, you know, again, guys, that's what this is all about. You know, the think tanks that we run are based on speculative theories that are based off of facts that we receive, and then try to go figure out with those facts what makes sense. Well, when nothing makes sense, you have to make things make sense sometimes. And you go through all these different variations of theories and situations. Sometimes you come upon something like that. No matter how taboo it is, for those of you that don't know what taboo means, it means it's, you know, something you're not supposed to talk about because it's so bad. You know, nobody is trying to hurt anybody by making these comments. It's just something that is in the background of your mind or something you're looking at right now that makes you feel like that's something that could happen. Not that I think it did, but it could. That's all.
Thought-provoking conversation. Correct.
Yes. Cling to the thought that in God's hands, the dark past is the greatest possession you have. The key to life and happiness for others with you can avert death and misery for them. At Dinky. Thank you so much for that, Sleuthy. That's beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
Absolutely beautiful. And that's fact. Absolutely fact, Dinky. Welcome, Coco. It's good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. And I saw Woman Power 101. Thank you for being here. I saw a few other Dakota, Mrs. Krampus, quite a few other people. RVN keeping it rolling. I did notice you, Thomas Geraz, Angela Walsh, Rach, Anna Martell, Altered Soul, Rolo, my brother. Good to see you. Kelly Mack, Para. Then I seen you. Turquoise, a bunch of you guys that jumped in here. Thank you so much for joining us.
Devil Doll. Hi, Devil Doll.
Devil Doll. Good to have you. Always good to have you.
Candy Girl.
Of course. Thank you all. Gloria S. And Miss Annie, do you have the time to join us up here now? Because I know everybody wants to hear what you have to say, my dear.
I want her to talk about the Banfield.
Oh, whatever she wants to talk about. That's what it's about today. It is absolutely. Did you get to finish your misconceptions, Jesse?
I did not.
No.
Go ahead and finish this off.
4 left, and
do your thing, my friend.
I guess Dinky got into some of them as well. Dinky spoke about it in detail about the car, and but that is a serious misconception because I think a lot of people that haven't really looked deeply enough into this case or have followed more mainstream channels are of the opinion that they have surveillance footage of BK's car, when in fact they have surveillance footage of a car, perhaps a white car, perhaps it's an Elantra, maybe it's a 2015, but now we're stretching it. And to say that that's BK's car based on what we've been shown, that's what I'd call a misconception. So that was number 4, I believe. And number 3 is an interesting one. And I was educated here by somebody in the chat, CR. I did look that up, and apparently BTK, apparently his first unaliving was a quad, and it was a family, and it was 2 kids, and mom and dad, and he did it with ropes and such, and that's kind of mind blowing because most of these SKs you see they start slow and they build themselves up to this, and it almost has me doubting that was his first. But I mean, that's history says that was his first. Who am I to disagree with it? But anyways, where was I going with this? Okay, number 3 is it's a common misconception in the chat rooms and with other creators. I've seen a lot of people talking about it is Ted Bundy did the same thing that BK is being accused of in the IDAHO4 case. And that's simply not true. Bundy entered a dorm in Florida State University. He successfully unalived 2 females. He tripped over something in the dark, woke everybody up, injured a couple others, but was unable to sort of finish them off. And, he really made a mess of it. And keeping in mind that Bundy was well-versed in his craft at this point. He had several unalivings under his belt by the time he made it to that dorm at Florida State University. And the reason I bring this up as a misconception is because I think it's important for people to realize when something is so far away from the norm and there's no historical precedent for it, it shouldn't be so easy just to believe it. When you're fed this narrative that, okay, BK, the PCA says this, he did this. If we've never seen that happen before, if it's contrary to the way things normally happen, why should we believe it? It should have us asking questions, which we here are doing. But this list is meant more for people that don't like the fact that we're asking questions, and it's meant. I'd like to take a list like this and throw it back at people and say, you want to criticize me and say, why am I here engaging in conspiracy theories in your mind? And this is the list of why. And I think a lot of people that would accuse us of these things would be surprised. You'd catch them out because a lot of them probably are completely unaware. I mean, I know I've had conversations with people that tell me this, and this, and then you tell them, well, do you know this? And are you aware of that? And they kind of get caught on the back foot, and they start to not all of them. Some of them will just assume you're a bit of a dickhead, but some of them will open their eyes and say, yeah, I never really thought of it that way. So that's why I came up with this list. Number 2 on the list, this is one that really drives me up the wall because I hear a lot of people say this, and it really feels to me like you don't know what you're talking about if you say this. 51 terabytes of evidence.
Exactly. Boom.
51 clearly they've got so much more that they're not telling us because they've got 51 terabytes of 51 terabytes of what?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you don't know what it is, it's nothing. I mean, it's potentially not. I mean, I don't know what it is, and if you don't know what it is, then don't talk to me about how great it is. It's all hypothetical conjecture. We have no idea what that 51 terabytes is. And the majority of it is almost certainly fluff designed to overwhelm the defense that as a well-known tactic in legal cases. So the whole idea that because of the large amount of terabytes of evidence that's equal to a lot of concrete evidence is it's not even really a misconception, because I think you have to be kind of a little bit dull to even believe that, to be honest with you.
Like 9 years of research to go in and find out what they need. It's a lot.
Yeah, it's clearly a tactic to swamp them with information.
There's no way that they've gone through all of that.
I mean, you couldn't even present 51 terabytes of information in a trial, right?
Oh, and there's no way that they've gone through every little frame of every single piece of that video to find everything that you would need to find to be able to present something like that at a trial. There's no way.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense.
Go research terabytes.
And that's the other part of it. They have 51 terabytes to look at. That doesn't mean, just like Annie just said, if there were 51 terabytes of actual evidence itself, the defense would be claiming the discovery is lacking. Bingo.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, thank you, Annie.
Absolutely on point.
Coco, we real quick, hun, before we go any with that, we spent hours the other night and debunked that one situation you were speaking about. I'm sorry. I appreciate you bringing that up, but we, a bunch of
Debunked
us
it.
did. Yeah,
Debunked.
completely. It was just a misunderstanding with the name. So, but thank you for looking into that completely. It was an interesting theory for sure.
Yep.
Let's go find out how many terabytes of one of your shows is right, Laurel. Right. Like I said, guys, the 51 terabytes could be. We have college students here, 4 victims, 2 roommates, whoever else. Imagine this thing right here, full of social media videos and pictures and this and that and multiple social media accounts and everything else that it could be. That could have taken up a lot of it for 4 different people, plus the 2 surviving roommates, plus whoever else was involved, possibly. That could take up a lot of that, guys. That's okay, Coco. No worries. But still, that doesn't mean that's all evidence. It just means that it's something they looked at or they're gonna look at. But again, like Chain said, 9 years worth. Who the hell has 9 years to spend and go through every frame of this before they present it to a trial? They don't. So, like Jesse said, I don't want to talk about it until you can prove that to me or show that to me and show me what it is. That's all there is. So, yeah, confetti. It's like CJ says, it's confetti, folks.
Yep.
100%. Uh-oh. Here we
There
go.
you go. Here he wants to come up.
Who?
Eddie wants to come up.
Yeah, come on up, Eddie. I told you, buddy. It's pinned in the chat. Click on it. We only got a couple people up here, so you should be all right now. Where are we at?
But you're spot on there, Jesse, about that.
I agree. That's a great
one. Thank you. I think this list could be, and if Dinky's still in the chat, hey, Dinky, if you want to hit me up on Twitter or something, if you got some ideas of how that could be fine-tuned, I'd like to come up with a solid top 10 that's really the best you could come up with. There was some in there that I didn't think were maybe should maybe be in. Like I said, I only spent 5 minutes on this. If I spent 5 hours, it would be a lot better. But we're down to the last one. So the last one is the big one, really the only evidence that we're aware that they have, which is the DNA on the sheath. And the number one misconception that everybody talks about is the DNA on the sheath puts him at the scene. Does not put him at the scene. We all know this. We've all discussed this. But the general public doesn't know this. They hear the DNA. They hear it on the sheath. The DNA does not put him at the scene because if he was not gloved up and not, there'd be DNA, fingerprints, all sorts of evidence all over the place. The absence of that would lead you to believe that he's wearing gloves, which would lead you to believe that he couldn't be handling the sheath with his bare hands, or if he was, or whichever way he got that DNA on that sheath. Explain to me why he didn't get it on anything else. That would indicate that the DNA was on the sheath before the sheath arrived, or certainly there is, if it's not a probability, it's certainly a possibility that the DNA was on the sheath prior to the sheath arriving in the house. Therefore, you can't say that the sheath puts him at the scene.
Right.
And people just don't understand that.
It doesn't at all. It doesn't make, just because there was his DNA on this does not mean, and because they're saying this was in the house, doesn't mean that he had anything to do with that. As we found out Friday, that this DNA is also as it was explained a little bit ago, environmental.
Yep.
He could have sneezed in a grocery store that somebody was carrying this on their body possibly and got it on there. It could be anything, you guys. I mean, it doesn't put him in that house. They have not shown us one thing, not one, that puts that man inside that house doing that crime. Not one.
And then why is there no blood on it? Not even one drop. Not one speck.
That doesn't make any sense to me at all, but so be it. Welcome back, Eddie.
Well, thank you. I do want to talk real briefly to Miss Lily. She asked that yesterday. She asked me a question and I didn't get a chance to answer it. And I apologize. What I did after the stream is I went into the comments and I scrolled through the chat as best I could and I answered everybody's questions. Now, here's where it gets unusual. I think I probably found everybody's question but yours, Miss Lily, because I just checked it again in the comments of yesterday's stream, and I didn't answer your question. So could you please in the chat put your question, and I'll get to answering it today.
How sweet, Eddie.
Absolutely. Always, always. Such a great guy. I love you to death, brother. I do.
You know, Jesse, you are so on point, and you've kind of answered a lot of the questions that I would have, you know, if I was able to grab the stream earlier this morning, I would have wanted to speak about. But you talked about the T-shirt, and it was inappropriate, I believe. But the T-shirt at the court hearing, I think, I'm just speculating, but I think it's representative of the entire family's opinion. I think that the Gonzalez family might be looking for justice so desperately that they're only willing to see it one way.
Mm-hmm.
Very possible.
You know, I don't know if they're being open-minded. And also my question is, I wonder who is in their ear, so to speak. Is it law enforcement still? Law enforcement has kind of been in their ear. So if law enforcement, if they're still talking with law enforcement, or if law enforcement has any influence on the information or the opinions that are the Gonzalez family are getting, my question is law enforcement open-minded? In other words, do they think that Brian Kohberger might be innocent too? I think we can all answer that ourselves.
A great point, my friend. Great point.
But hi, Annie Potts. It's good to see you.
Hi, Annie.
Hi, Annie.
Hello.
Welcome,
Hi.
darling Annie. It's wonderful to see you. I've missed you.
I know I've missed all of you. Sorry, I've been MIA.
That's okay. Real life comes first. You're a little bit muffled, hon. I know I say this to you every time I talk to you.
While she's
I
working
know
on
my
that.
audio is probably going to be shit. I have to keep my Bluetooth on.
Bluetooth. Okay. Yeah, I understand.
Okay. I'm
It
trying
is
to
a bit,
hear you.
it is a bit a struggle to hear. Yeah.
Okay, hang on.
No problem.
One
Go
thing
ahead.
I did, you know, Twiz had a good point early on. He said they have zero. They have no other evidence. And I would agree 100% with that. And you don't go to trial with nothing. They, it seems like they have, you know, his phone using cellular resources, and they have a white card that's here and there. So my question is the prosecution supposed to purposely lose this case at trial? Are they intentionally
Could that be part of the design, Eddie?
bringing, right, is that, they're intentionally bring this to trial with insufficient evidence? So that is treachery right there.
It is. It is.
That is worth an investigation.
And it very well makes sense. Okay. It very well. We've talked about this design for a while now. And the more we see, the more I see the design, if you know what I'm saying. Okay.
I wonder if that's their plan B. You know, plan A is to get it dismissed, which I think it will. But, you know, if this, sadly for the prosecution, doesn't go that way and it goes to trial, what is he supposed to do? Just look foolish and lose it against Ann Taylor? They have nothing.
Nothing.
They're going to have so much more, and maybe they do, and I'll be interested to see what it is. But
and if they do, I promise you, each one of us that have said that we don't think they have anything will say, you know what? I'm sorry, you were right. I can say that right now for all of us, because we want to see what they have. I don't think they have it. Sorry. Go ahead, Eddie.
And I haven't been watching the chat, so if anyone can keep an eye on, if Miss Lily has put that question.
I'm watching, Eddie.
Pin it.
I don't see it yet, buddy. Not yet. Can you hear us, Annie?
How is that? Is that any better?
Much better.
Oh,
that sounds
wonderful.
beautiful.
There she is. There's that beautiful voice. There we go.
How's everybody doing?
Well,
Wonderful.
and yourself?
Good, thank you.
I'm doing good. Just living life.
Good.
It's 3 a.m. here and my butt's getting sore.
We've missed you. That's for a fact. I know I have for sure. So,
I've missed everyone. So what did you want to pick my brain about?
well, a lot. Eddie was talking about missing you yesterday before what we were talking about. So, did you have any questions you wanted to ask her specifically, Eddie?
Oh, sure. I was talking about yesterday. I was talking about being set up versus being framed. So
Yes.
there's a subtle difference, but it's kind of a significant difference. Set up to me would be like that happened before. They put the sheath in the crime scene, like let's just say, I don't know, 8 a.m. or noon or whatever it may be, with his DNA on it. But if he's framed, and this is kind of what you've been talking about, Annie, is somehow the sheath got placed into the crime scene without his DNA, but the DNA arrived on that sheath sometime after, a date after the crime. What are your thoughts?
I believe so. According to the defense documents that we've been able to read through, what the defense is claiming is that, according to what's been turned over in discovery, allegedly the DNA was located on the sheath. I believe it says November 17th by ISP.
Right.
So 3 days after I'm sorry, 4 days after the crime occurred is when ISP located the single source of male DNA.
Then why didn't we hear about it for how long after?
Right. But now also what I've noticed in the documents, that's why the defense, I believe that they don't just want the documentation specifically on why the tree was built or how it was built. They are also very specifically interested in exactly. So when you located this single source male DNA, but you also located 3 other unknown male DNA at the scene within 3 days of finding DNA on the sheath. There, at that point, the methodology behind the way that law enforcement decided that these 3 unknowns did not qualify for any type of testing, yet this one other did. So, in my opinion, I believe that the defense is very well aware there should have been. Why didn't you create 4 IgG trees? Why weren't all 4 run through CODIS? And they're not going to have the actual documentation from law enforcement or lab reports as to why. So, like, someone in law enforcement would have had to decide, oh, well, these 3 aren't relevant. And the defense is going to want to know exactly who made that call and why. They're going to have to explain that.
Right. Very much
Now,
so.
Are they going to say because they weren't on the sheath, they're not relevant? So if they found them on a dresser or on a bed or a bedpost,
well, see, but that's the problem. So the way that forensics works is they start at the body and they work their way out. So I don't believe that these 3, one of them was in a glove outside. And a lot of people claim that this is the glove that the ex-detective or whoever found, but the dates don't match. According to the defense documents, this is a glove that was located by Idaho State Police on the 20th of November. So a week after the crime. The other 2 unknowns were found inside, and if I'm remembering the quote correctly from the defense documents, there were 2 unknown male DNAs located at the crime scene inside near where victims were located.
Right.
So I don't believe that
you would presume.
Well, yeah, but I don't believe that. So the way that forensics works is they're going to start at the body and work outward. So I don't believe that this would be a DNA that was just found, like, on the floor, or like, say, on a mirror, or like the toaster in the kitchen. I believe it would be
A
on the
in
bed,
cigarette butt.
close,
The
very
cigarette
close
butt.
proximity.
like on the
Well,
bedspread or something like that.
it would be in close proximity, I believe, to the victim, or if not on the
Okay, got
victim.
you. That makes sense.
The cigarette butt too, Annie, right?
Well,
Well,
that
the surreptitiously obtained cigarette butt, according to what's stated, was tested,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and that DNA did not produce a hit.
gotcha. Okay.
Mm.
So what do you think of that, Eddie?
I apologize. I was watching chat now.
Oh no, you're okay. No apologies needed, bud. No
Well,
apologies.
It is
I
distracting.
will say though. So my initial theory on the DNA was that potentially it may not have been found until after they served the search warrant on his apartment. And
Thank you.
initially I thought maybe that's why they didn't want to turn over documentation and stuff, because they wouldn't have anything showing it was found prior to the search warrant being executed. But then when you read through the documents, it actually states a date from the defense. They're claiming that November 17th is when the sheath DNA was located. So
Right.
that kind of blows my theory out of the water that they planted his DNA like after they obtained it from his apartment. Because
Yeah, but
I
then
honestly,
yeah, but you're right though, Annie. But then we have Don Daniels. Brian's been going insane, dropping this in the chat, and he even sent me a video that Jules had posted
Yes.
about Don Daniels not wanting them to use that in that scenario. So I mean, how does that fit that within that? Do you know what I mean?
right. Well, that's what I mean. Initially, I believed that maybe they planted the DNA on the sheath at a much later date. But you know, at this point, based on what like the defense is doing and some of the things that they're claiming,
Right.
I'm leaning more towards they're aware that the actual DNA profile for Brian was possibly uploaded illegally into a database. Like one of the things that she pointed out was how law enforcement, to avoid like fees and costs, and they will upload to a database as though they are the user,
Right.
which
That's
is
illegal.
right.
That's
It's a
illegal.
violation.
Right, and that's why they can't provide that, because they weren't
Right.
supposed to use that. Do you see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah. And that's what we
Yeah.
were talking about. Like, and that's why they're not coming forth, guys, with it, because if they do, then it's going to say, oh, look what they did, because they shouldn't have done that, blah, 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 so on and so forth. They're not willing to do that at this point.
Well, see, the thing that really gets me too about this whole like DNA thing is that, so you're the forensics team, you are the Idaho State Police, you have, on-site detectives, you have the FBI with you, assisting you in this investigation, right? And in the beginning, when you are processing the crime scene, if you come across 4, we know that there was probably multiple DNA all over the home, but you're coming in close proximity. We're talking about close proximity to victims, right?
Yeah.
So if you find 4 in close proximity to victims, one of them is the DNA that you claim led you to your main suspect, and it is the same DNA you used to arrest your suspect. You had that evidence months ago. So it's confusing to me how they were able to get an indictment and get an arrest warrant if this evidence actually didn't exist, but yet it was claimed to be in existence and it was used to secure the arrest and the indictment.
I said that months and months ago, because it's what it looks like that to me. I thought that long time ago, but of course they're not going to admit to that. So, it is what it is.
Well, no, but the issue is that this is why I believe that even though like what happened in court the other day, I feel like Anne it was more like a checkmate move, right? Because she got the state to admit in open court that these DNA the three unknowns, along with everything for Brian's DNA, how they originally got to it, why it doesn't exist.
Right.
So she literally got them to admit in open court that what they claimed they had back during his arrest and his indictment, they actually didn't have it. So what did they present? What did they present to the grand jury if all of this evidence they allegedly had back then, all of a sudden it's not there? She don't have it.
She basically set a trap for him, is what she did, and then I loved it because what? Yeah, there it is. All I don't even have to say anything, guys. You already know. So
do you know what I mean?
Yes, I do. Absolutely.
I'm looking at it in the sense if this were you or I or anybody else accused, forget that it's Brian Kohberger. If the state, if the government is trying to claim that you committed this horrific crime, they claim that they have all of this evidence and they use that evidence to get you arrested and put you behind bars. But then when it comes time to cough it up to your defense, they're like, oh, it actually doesn't exist.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Real quick.
There's a big divide in the world between people that want the government to impose their will on you and people that don't. And it seems like this case is kind of a metaphor for what's going on in the world right now. And there's so many people that probably don't care how they got his DNA. They only care if they think he did it, they want him to go down for it, and they don't care how it happens or what rules were violated. And this is this case isn't the only example of similar tactics and similar results and of the way the world's changing, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And I find it quite concerning myself. I'd rather see a guilty man walk than see the government get a guy the wrong way, and that set a precedent so that can lead to more innocent people getting convicted.
And
well, it also it would also call into question too. We know that the defense has these three officers specifically that they want the training records for and all of this, which they won't hand over, or maybe they have already, but I'm a little behind on things. But if you have a situation where you have multiple officers who potentially have repeated Brady violations or things like that against them, they shouldn't be anywhere near an autopsy room. They shouldn't be anywhere near the crime scene. They shouldn't be anywhere near evidence. And it appears, that in this case, there's more than one.
Yep.
So, it's bothersome to me when people say, well, it doesn't matter how they got his DNA. Yes, it does, because they're not looking at it from their own perspective. They're looking at it from, I think it's because of their own confirmation bias. Well, I think he's guilty, so I don't care how they got that evidence. But yet, if it was them, they'd very much care how the evidence was obtained. If it was their case, they would want their defense to fight tooth and nail to ensure that their rights were not violated in order for them to be convicted.
And every case sets a precedent, right? So if they're able to stitch him up based on flimsy evidence and get away with all the violations that they've perhaps done in this case, isn't that going to create a situation where it's easier to convict people and the standard of justice is degraded?
Mm-hmm. That's why I believe this case so much is going to rely heavily on actual constitutional law. Because law enforcement cannot violate your Fourth Amendment right or your 16th Amendment right because they think you're guilty. They have to have the actual evidence. And I think that this case specifically is going to show that we have multiple jurisdictions across the country where judges are rubber stamping probable cause affidavits. They're not fact checking what law enforcement is claiming is their evidence. That's a problem. Especially now where we have, in this case, they claim to have specific evidence months and months ago, and yet they have not turned it over and claim some of it doesn't even exist. They don't have it. Well, then what did you present to the judge and to the grand jury?
Yeah, in order to get the indictment to begin with.
Right. So we know in the probable cause affidavit what they claimed they had as evidence. You can go down, right? I mean, we've all read the probable cause affidavit a million times. We know what they claim to have. They claim to have video of his vehicle. They claim to have DNA left on a knife sheath. They claim to have fucking phone pings, excuse my language, and all of these things, yet they're not turning over CAS data. They're not turning over the DNA. You know, they're not turning over even the cell phone stuff. That's another thing that, you know, when you look at it. So if you have all of this CAS data and you have Payne himself in his probable cause affidavit stating that he utilized CAS. He does not say that it was the FBI who utilized CAS. He says it was him. He was given access to CAS and he utilized CAS. Well, where are his training records?
And then you got the judge. Look how the judge.
That's a good point.
Attacked Anne. Like he's talking down to her. That was very
I don't
rude
think
and
he was,
condescending.
I know a lot of people think that, but I don't think he was. I really believe it's because he is a constitutionalist and he wanted to see what kind of an argument they were going to give. Well, so what if the FBI did something wrong? Why does that matter? Would it change the outcome? And Masseth, it was, I believe, Elisa Masseth speaking, who said, of course it would change the outcome. Because we can't allow law enforcement to violate people's rights.
True.
So, you know, I mean, I don't know. I got to hear some of it live. I got to read the documents, you know, and like skim through them. And I feel like Mr. Thompson knows that they're probably going to have to hand over all of everything. So the FBI can't even claim they don't have it.
So do you think that what do you think, Annie? I just want your opinion real quick. Poor Eddie. I'm going to have to bring him back up again.
Yeah, where's Eddie? Where'd he go?
He drops off when it gets to be a little full up here. He'll come back. It's no worry. And he's probably listening too at the same time. So what do you think? We've listened twice now to defense and prosecution talk about everything's been handed over, and then you know, of course, Santa says, "Oh, we gave them everything, and we can't do nothing with stuff we don't have, and this and that and everything else." And defense even said they gave us everything they said they had. What do you think the real deal is? Do you think it's law enforcement that's hanging on to this stuff, that's not handing over, one because they don't have it, two because they don't want to, or do you think that prosecution has things and they're just not ready to hand it over at this point?
I think both sides have things that they're not ready to hand over at this point. But I also understand that both parties have a duty of candor to the court. So they can't just get up and lie. They can't just make shit up in their documents. So, but I also believe too that one of the things that I can't, so I guess what's bugging me about it is because I'm not sure why the defense hasn't stated it. Like if I was on his legal team or something, I would absolutely suggest to the lead attorney that like when they were demanding his alibi, claiming by law he has to, if he plans on using the alibi defense, he needs to produce it. And I'm like, that's interesting because not once ever has his team ever claimed he had an alibi or planned to use the alibi defense whatsoever. And when they were inquired about it, it was, well, we don't technically have an alibi and we actually plan to use your witnesses and we're going to cross-examine them and they're going to alibi him. So that was interesting to me, and I don't understand why his team didn't argue, we actually shouldn't have to produce an alibi right now, Your Honor, simply because we plan on using the state's own witnesses.
Apparently there was a document drop and Eddie's phone died, so that's why he can't come up.
Oh, snap.
Annie, do you think the alibi that they provided indicates to you that the defense feels that they have solid evidence that he was in his car in Moscow, or in his car close to the proximity of the crime at the time of the crime?
Well, I would imagine they have his cell phone data. They would have his, his actual like hard records now.
I guess what we've been told is that what we've been led to believe is that as soon as he turned off his phone, they stopped getting any information from.
Well, see, now that's
the thing.
If you look on the Burla website, his vehicle is listed on the Burla website that it would have basically a black box in it. And I noticed
that would explain it then, why she was so willing to put him in the car and provide the alibi that she provided, because if the state has that Burla report, they're not going to be able to get away from that anyways.
Well, I think that's why we never saw a warrant for the Burla on the car either. I think that's also why, because it was probably one of the things like immediately produced.
Right. Good point. Well, here's the first new document.
Hey,
go ahead, Eddie.
I'll hop out, and then when you're done with that, I can come back.
I'm gonna drop down too, because I want Eddie to come up and talk, but I also want Annie to talk about the Banfield and what she thinks her theory is with that. Okay.
Oh boy.
Okay. Thank you, Annie. I'll be down in chat.
Thanks, Chains.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Real quick, guys, there's two new documents that were dropped just to show you guys real quick. This one here, order regarding notice of hearing Zoom information. This is more about the Zoom stuff. Courts mindful that limited courtroom capacity and potential travel restrictions may interfere. I thought I went through this the other day. I did. This is the one that we covered the other day, guys. So there's another one that came up as well. Hold on. So that's not new. I don't know why I went to that one anyway. Sorry.
It's got today's date on it, though, doesn't it?
It has 22nd.
Looks like it has today's date.
It does. That is a new one. I'm sorry. Thank you for noticing that. That is a different one. It looks just like the other one from the other day, though. That's weird.
It might well be just the same.
Yeah, it's probably. Yeah. All right. So this is from the plaintiff versus the defendant, of course. Court is mindful limited courtroom capacity and potential travel restrictions may interfere with the victims and the defendant's family ability to observe the court proceedings in the case August 23rd. Oh, this is for tomorrow's hearing. Okay, I got you. Therefore, in the event they are unable to prefer not to attend the proceeding in person, the court finds it necessary to make the court proceedings available via the Zoom. Okay, so this is basically just saying that they're allowing the Zoom meetings for the families that cannot attend tomorrow's hearing, guys. So that's what this one is. That's pretty simple, cut and dry. So we do know that, but I do believe, I don't believe his family was there for this last hearing, were they?
I believe his family usually attends by Zoom because they're in Pennsylvania.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay. All right. And then the next doc is, one second here. Here we go. This was dropped as of yesterday or today. This is the scheduling order. Okay. 1 second. I'll show you guys that real fast. Again, Annie, thank you for jumping up here. I really have missed hearing what your thoughts are on all this stuff.
Oh, I've missed you. Thanks for having me up.
Always. This is again a State of Idaho versus Brian Kohberger scheduling order. Based on the hearing held on August 18th of 2023, the court orders the following. A status conference will be held tomorrow, August 23rd at 2:15 p.m. You know where we'll be. A hearing on defendant's motion to dismiss the indictment will be held September 1st of 2023 at 1 p.m. Write this down, folks, if you want to. Any additional motions regarding dismissal of the indictment are due by August 23rd. That would be tomorrow's hearing. The state's response briefing is due on August 30th of 2023. A jury trial is set to commence at 8:30 a.m. on October 2nd in courtroom number 3 of the Latah County Courthouse and will run until November 17th on an 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. schedule. Jury selection will begin at 8:30 a.m. on September 25th, 2023, and is anticipated to last at least 3 days. We know they're bringing in 1,000 people to start off with. A final pretrial conference will be held on September 29th at 10 a.m. Discovery must be completed by September 1st. That's the big one right there, because I don't think it will be. If defendant intends to rely on defense of alibi, a notice of alibi with the specific place or places defendant was at the time of alleged offenses and the names and addresses of the witnesses defendant intends to rely on to establish such alibi is due by September 8th. If defendant intends to waive his right to a speedy trial and not proceed to trial as scheduled, he must do so by September 8th. All pretrial motions with supporting briefs, including motions in limine, motions to suppress, and motion regarding the death penalty are due by September 8th. Response briefs are due by September 15th of 2023. Give me one.
Where's Eddie? Is he coming back or not?
I hope Eddie pops back up.
Yeah, if he's in the chat, if he wants me to jump down so that he can come up, I will do that.
All right, sorry about that. Where did I leave off at? All pretrial. Okay, any 404B notices are due by September 15th as well. Proposed jury questionnaires and proposed jury instructions are due by September 15th. Sentencing disclosures, including witnesses, exhibits, expert reports, and any other evidence, are all due by September 15th. All pretrial motions will be heard September 22nd at 10 a.m. Proposed jury instructions will be addressed at that time. On or before September 8th, counsel shall exchange and provide to the court a list of witnesses, lay and expert, and a list of exhibits with attached copies of exhibits are as set forth below. Rebuttal experts must be disclosed by September 15th of 2023. Each party shall prepare a list. Sorry, guys. How did I do that? Completely went cross-eyed or something. Each party shall prepare a list of exhibits that it expects to offer, excluding impeachment documents, to the court and to opposing counsel. Exhibits should be listed in the order that the party anticipates they will be offered. Each party shall affix labels to their exhibits before trial. The state's exhibits should be marked with the red labels in numerical sequence. Defendant's exhibits should be marked with the blue labels in alphabetical sequence. If there are more than 26 exhibits for defendant, mark them AA. 1 second, folks. Can you guys hear me?
Hear you now.
I don't know what the hell just happened. I was completely froze. I was trying to. Oh my god, I hate this StreamYard. Sorry about that, everybody. Anyway, counsel shall provide a copy of each exhibit and exhibit list to opposing counsel and the court. Copies should be made after the labels are marked and attached to the original exhibit. To expedite trial, each exhibit to be offered should be viewed by opposing counsel prior to trial and determination made as to whether an objection will be lodged against the exhibit. An exhibit to which there is no objection will be admitted prior to trial. The parties shall provide each other with a list of their witnesses, both lay and expert, and shall provide the court with 2 copies of each list of witnesses, one of which will be provided to the court reporter for accurate spelling of each witness's name. Witnesses should be listed in the order that counsel anticipate calling them. That's it right there. That's them all. All right. Can you do a recap of what, Miss Katie? Of the document? Basically, all that's stating is all the dates for everything that's coming up in the month of September, August. We have a hearing tomorrow, and all the pretrial stuff and all that they're talking about, stating that as of right now, it's looking like the trial is going to happen October 2nd if we get to that point. I still think that it's going to be continued. I don't know why. I feel like the biggest part of this is going to be because the discovery is not going to be there when it's supposed to be. That's my opinion. So anyway, moving forward. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Annie.
Go ahead. What?
Oh, I thought you were saying something. I didn't mean to interrupt if that was the case.
No, not at all. I was just listening to you read whatever documents came out.
Oh, okay. And I just don't think the discovery is going to be handed over like it's supposed to be, because I don't think most of it's there. That's my opinion.
Aren't there any consequences for failing to provide discovery in a timely manner?
There should be. I don't know. Well,
there are. There are.
Definitely. Sure. Yeah, I would definitely think there would be, but
if you don't provide discovery in a timely manner, there's a good chance the judge can say, well, then you don't get to use it. I do think that if the defense has their motion granted, that everything regarding the IgG, the DNA, all of it needs to be turned over, and the state doesn't, then I think they would file a motion to dismiss. They're going to file a motion to suppress and toss all of that, including any DNA that came after. Because if you're claiming back when you arrested him that you had this DNA that led you to him, and now you don't want to turn that over, she can file a motion to suppress that evidence because you claimed you had it when you arrested him. Now you're claiming you don't. So toss the arrest, and then everything that came after, even everything that came prior, it's, like they did it wrong. And if their case was so rock solid, I don't understand why they wouldn't need to turn over everything. What, like the judge said, what's the harm? What's the harm in you turning over everything so that they can vet it and ensure it was done, everything was done by the book?
So Annie, I'm sure you've heard other people say, why does it matter? They tested his DNA when they arrested him, and it matched what they found on the sheath. That's essentially the most popular opinion on panels and mainstream media. My question is to you, and I don't know if you know the answer, but the issues with the chain of custody, the refusal to provide the information of the IgG stuff and the family tree, does that actually create doubt that it is a match to him, or is it more of because most people think of it as a technicality and they don't want him to get off on a technicality, but is there actually a reasonable doubt that the DNA profile that they've extracted from the sheath is truly what it is, what they're saying it is, if they fail to provide that information?
I mean, if I was a juror, I would be very, the juries wouldn't even know if it gets tossed. But I mean, for me personally, it definitely creates doubt. For me, there's so much reasonable doubt. I mean, not even just with the sheath and with the DNA. It's just.
I mean, for me too. I'm just wondering if I'm in a discussion with somebody who says, well, why does it, because I'm sure you've heard it before, that why does it matter if his DNA matches, right? So I guess I'm
Well,
looking for the
it's
answer to
not
that question.
necessarily that it matters that his DNA matches. What matters is A, how did it get there? B, what kind of DNA was it? C, was it properly tested? D, what was the methodology behind it? Was it contaminated? Was there any cross contamination in the lab? Is there potential that it was, because I think this is also why she wants all the corrective action logs. Because 9 times out of 10, when you first run it, you have to rerun it. You have to take corrective action on the hit that you get, especially if it's like a sample that's been mixed with other types of DNA on the thing that you are testing, right? So, you know, if at any point there was other DNA present, we only know of the one, but I would imagine if there was any other DNA found on it, they would
So
have
is
to
it
take.
reasonable to
They would
say
have to take.
that if they fail to provide that, what's been requested, that it casts into doubt whether it actually does match what was
Right.
found on? Is
I mean,
that fair to say?
Yeah. Oh, I think so. I think it cast out. There's so many things that cast out, but more specifically, the things that law enforcement claimed led them to their suspect seem to be the things that are lacking in discovery.
Yeah.
Which leads me to question, what did you go to the grand jury with, and what did you go to the judge with for your arrest warrant?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great point.
And the DNA they found on the sheath, it had already bounced around between 3 different facilities before they actually were able to identify it. Isn't that correct?
I believe so. It says
Yeah.
ISP, one other one, and then there's one that the state won't say, some private lab.
The
Well, yeah.
speculation that it's Othram Lab. Yeah.
Probably the unauthorized lab that yeah, okay. Do you remember
Or-
exactly what hasn't been turned over, Annie, by the way, real quick?
So some of the things that Ann Taylor is claiming still have not been turned over have to do with the 3 unknown male DNA.
Yeah, which they said they don't have,
found at
right?
the scene, right? Or they have it, but at some point someone decided that it didn't qualify to be tested or uploaded
right.
to POTUS. She is claiming that the corrective action logs for the DNA on the sheath have not been turned over. She is claiming that the 6 months prior and the 6 months after for training records, emails, communications, those things have not been turned over. And if I remember correctly, there is something to do. She said it after the corrective action logs, and I can't remember what she called it, but it has to do with other, like, documentation that should have came with the stuff for the sheath DNA.
Oh yeah, okay. I couldn't remember everything, and I could barely hear what they were saying that day. So thank you for that. And there's your answer, Miller Aaron. Thank you for the super chat as well. Yeah, that's.
If I can give my personal opinion on something,
Absolutely.
I know that if this were one of my children, people are not going to like what I am about to say, but I'm a parent. So it's coming from a place of, as a parent, what would I do? And I cannot for the life of me figure out why, as any of these parents, if they're aware. So here's where I'm going with this, because I'm not saying Brian's innocent. If there's a scenario that he did this and he had accomplices, and those 3 unknowns are his accomplices, why would you not want to know, demand it, right? Like, demand to know.
Absolutely.
Who they are.
Especially when the motive is in question, because if he did it with accomplices, it would lead you to believe that the motive is more applicable to the accomplices,
Right.
since
Especially when they're
we
not
don't
in
have any
custody.
connection. right?
Yeah. Yes, and especially being that there's nobody else in custody right now.
Right. But that's
That's
where I'm going with it. If I
right.
was a parent and I knew, well, wait a minute, you're telling me you found 4 male DNA at the crime scene and you only have one of these sons of bitches in jail? I want the other 3 right
Exactly.
alongside of him.
Because we don't know, especially if there's 4 people involved, we don't know who I'll just call it this because that's what it is, but who the trigger man was per se that did the acts of whatever to each person. As a parent, I would want whoever the bastard is that did this in like that specific person. That doesn't
Right.
seem, you know what
I
I
would
mean? So I agree with
I
you
would
on that.
never want, right. I would never want just one person going to jail if multiple were involved.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I do agree with you 1,000,000%.
You
1
know, and
million.
I'm not saying that to like bash any of these victims' parents or anything like
No,
that. It's just coming from a place of being a parent.
no.
Like, these aren't my kids, but as a mom, like, I'm like, okay, like if they were my kids, you know, I would be demanding it from the state every single day, every single day.
Yes.
Did you find out yet about those other 3? Did you find out yet about those other 3? I would be like, you know, a tick on their ass every day.
Well, you'd probably be really interested in getting a far better explanation from the 2 surviving roommates as well.
Oh, yes. Especially about, any accomplices. And again, why have they not? Why is that not a top priority? Okay. It just
I'm
doesn't.
I'm going to be interested to hear Ann Taylor cross-examine law enforcement regarding those 3 unknowns and
Mhm.
who gave the order to ignore them / leave them unqualified or whatever, because the crazy thing is like Bill gets up and he's, well, we can't produce something that isn't real. We can't give them something that doesn't exist. And she's saying, we already have it in discovery. We know it exists because we've seen the communication about it. So
Right.
somewhere in this discovery, there is communication between law enforcement, the state, and the labs regarding these 3 unknowns. And someone made an executive decision. And she is going to want to know who made that executive decision and why to say these don't qualify, ignore them, focus on this one. It's going to be interesting to find out who made that call.
I still can't believe that we don't have a toxicology report yet. And I mean, especially when you have 2 surviving roommates that are females, and females are generally seemingly discounted from being potential perpetrators. I mean, I think we've all, I don't know if you agree with this, Annie, but I think most people have said if they were males, they'd be being looked at a lot harder.
For sure.
Perhaps treated less with kid gloves. And if the tox report comes back that they were drugged with a tranquilizer, that I think that would the fact that they're females would be less important at that point. You know, if females were going to commit this crime or be involved in this crime, or if there was some cooperation with, like, for example, if they were drugged, how would they get drugged? The only people that would be able to, or not the only people, but the most likely people that would be able to drug them would be the people in the home with them, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I'm,
or somebody that was at one of the parties with them. Well, no, because that wouldn't make sense at that point. So yeah, you're correct on that. If somebody was there.
Well, initially too. So back when we found out, Bethany was being subpoenaed, and Mr. Batanti was like, "Oh no, she is the exculpatory witness, and we plan to speak to her. What she saw and what she heard is very important." Okay, cool.
1 second, Annie, please. If you don't, I don't mean to interrupt you. Jeff, stop taunting people or just leave. Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Annie. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, that's okay. I was just saying, so, back in the day when it came to Bethany, I'm like, he must know her, right? Initially, that's what I thought. And the more I thought about it, somewhere in the discovery, they have all of the witness interviews, whether they were audibly recorded, video recorded, both. It's in the discovery, okay? My guess is, this is purely speculation, but my guess is that the defense located, I don't know if it's body cam, I don't know if it's a recorded interview, but my guess is Bethany, in her multiple statements to law enforcement, most of what Bethany, it seems what most of Bethany had to say refers more to Ethan and Xana, and not necessarily what happened in the house. So what I mean by that is, say, somewhere in the discovery, when law enforcement officers interview her, she says in an interview, like, it was an accident, or so-and-so came over and there was a fight, or blah, blah, blah. And for whatever reason, they did not want to include any of that, right? We got basically everything from Dylan, allegedly Dylan's perspective. There isn't much in there from Bethany at all. And I think the defense picked up very quickly on the fact that the reason that Bethany was left out is because Bethany's information is actually more pertinent, right? One of the very first interviews that the Chapin family did, Mrs. Chapin says, 2 a.m. is a dark hour. I can tell you that.
Yes.
And that has always stuck out to me, because this was in the beginning, long before Brian's name was ever mentioned. We had a 2 a.m. timeline. For the most part, it happened between 2 and 3 a.m. Bethany can identify Ethan and Xana until a specific time. Do you see what I'm saying? But we also have like a period of missing time for Ethan and Xana from like 9 to 10 p.m. up until like 1:45 in the morning. So I think a lot of what she has that is exculpatory doesn't necessarily have to do with whether or not she knows Brian or can alibi Brian. I think it has more to do with what she saw and what she heard that went on with Ethan and Xana that night.
Creating reasonable doubt by suggesting that somebody else has a motive.
Yes.
Or something like that.
Like something happened much earlier than the timeline law enforcement is presenting.
Yes. Great point, Annie. Great point. I agree with you on that for sure. Wow. I really truly believe that too. I have for a while.
Yeah, I think his defense is well aware that the timeline is trash and that it's a lie, and they plan to absolutely destroy the timeline that's being presented.
And they will. They definitely
because
will.
even Jay Logsdon in his response, and I know a lot of people don't like Jay Logsdon. I absolutely love Jay Logsdon and the way that he writes, just because he is so blunt, I guess is the best way to put it, and I love that. But he's even stating that, when it comes to all of this stuff that they're trying to claim, right? They're claiming that they have his vehicle on video. And Jay Logsdon is saying, the evidence that you provided in discovery is a video of the wrong vehicle going the wrong way at the wrong time.
Yep, completely.
So he's basically telling them, like, is this seriously what you are claiming? And to me, he isn't just writing this out. He knows he can prove that it's the wrong car going the wrong way at the wrong time.
Yes, and that's obviously been avoided, as we all have seen. Nobody has talked about it since, and they're not going to unless they absolutely have to. That's obvious. So, and real quick before no change is going insane. She wants to make sure that you talk about the Banfield. She needs to know what you think about it. She's been talking about it for a while, and she really wants to know because she's got her theory on it too. So, if you would explain that on your side of things, I would definitely appreciate it. So would she.
So we got to go back to the beginning, huh?
We got to go to the back to the Banfield. I'm sorry.
Okay. The very first time I watched it, my
Thank you, Heather.
initial interpretation was that the two undercovers were actually running cover for the perpetrators.
A lot
And
of
I
people
understand.
feel that way.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. I'm not the only one.
Yes.
And I just feel like, based on some of my training, some of my experience, they were cover. And they were cover for whoever was in that black truck. At one point, Tesdall goes and moves the undercover so that the truck can come out of the Queen Road entrance there off Taylor. He uses the hybrid to almost like block the street halfway and then goes and moves it so that the truck can get out while Rosendahl has the kids in the field. And I've never ever seen it take 45 minutes to write a citation for an MIP, for a minor in possession. Like, it takes 10 minutes. You run the ID, you write the ticket, and you send them on their way and let them know that they got their ticket. And he doesn't bring them over to the vehicle to write them the ticket until after the all clear comes in. It's very strange. To me, the whole, that's just my opinion. I'm not accusing these cops of doing anything. I'm just saying it is my 100% opinion. So much so that I sent my synopsis along with my breakdown and why I believed that they need to be deposed immediately.
You know, and I thank you for saying that. And here's something, guys. I'm doing it, Chains. Hold on to your pants, okay? So we spent a little time the other night on the band field again because there was a theory popped out about a specific person, one of the students, and we debunked that about something else altogether different. But as we were doing that, we were looking through the videos again for the 300th time. As we all know, we've looked at that how many times. So I was paying attention to a lot of smaller details that I wasn't looking at before. And I noticed when they were writing the citations, when we all see the 4 or 5 or 6 or however many heads go running behind, at some point, somebody noticed that it seemed to be that Rosendahl possibly got, they believe, a text message or something like that, because he reached to like his back pocket where his phone would be, and then he reaches over and grabs his flashlight and points it. I don't know if he was making it as if he was trying to help them see, which there was lighting there to the side, okay? And you could see pretty clear. But he points it directly in. It directly flashes into the body cam's camera, which glares so bad that it blinds you. And you can't see the kids running behind the car clearly, okay? Now, I'm not trying to go down a rabbit hole, folks. I'm not trying to be conspiracy-like. I'm just explaining to you something I noticed that was kind of odd to me, is what I'm saying. And it seems to be that if he shines it directly in the body cam, and instantly we're blinded. We can't see anything. We see shadows, that's it. And then within seconds, he pulls the flashlight down. Now, I did watch that the report was done being written, so if you're holding it up so he could see, that's fine, but I don't see any reason why I needed to, because there was bright light right next to him. They were standing under a street light or something that was really bright. That really kind of like, just, you know how you get those feelings about things when you're like, how can I explain this? Like, you see something, you watch something on TV, or you watch something go down in front of your face, and you get that, like, that weird feeling that kind of comes over you, like, what the hell was that all about? You know what I mean? That's the feeling I got when I watched that. And I don't usually look into things like that, but it really caught me off guard that way. And I'm just like, why would you shine your light directly into the camera to blind it? It was completely, guys, if you look at it, there's a huge glare. I had Mikey go into his software that he has to try to pull that glare out so we can see better. I don't know, folks. I'm not saying that he did that on purpose. All I'm telling you is it's something that seemed kind of odd to me. Okay, I'll put it that way. So,
Well, I will say I've watched a lot of body cams from Moscow PD between the noise complaints and the, you know, minor in possession and stuff like that. And I, you know, there's only one. There's only one where an officer is taking a photo with his cell phone of a student ID.
oh yeah, I know.
And that happens to be with one of our victims.
There's
And
also
I don't
another.
like that. So I know that
Oh, I
I've
don't.
talked to you, right? And I've talked to you about this before as
Yes,
a parent.
yes.
If I found out after the fact, if I was watching these body cams and I was seeing that this person, and here's what's crazier to me is that in that body cam specifically, they weren't even called to King Road. They just took it upon themselves to go there.
Yes, ma'am.
And Rosie knew to go straight up to that slider.
Yes,
None of
ma'am.
them knocked and they walked right past that door.
Why didn't they go to the front door? We've all said that.
And, you know,
Why are they asking about the stairs? Why are they making comments about the stairs not reaching the deck? Why are they any of the things they did?
I'm more concerned with why he's the only one out of the plethora of body cams that we have who is taking a photo of what happens to be one of our victims' IDs. Because we have plenty of other body cams. No officers take pictures of IDs. He's the only one.
Yes, yes, yes. And it's been talked about. When we see that happening, that's the same body cam, I do believe, that Hunter Johnson comes out with her first. Is that the same one or is that the other? Yeah.
Yes.
Hunter Johnson comes out with her as she's speaking to him and sits there for a few minutes with her and then goes back inside. Why would he have to do that? And I said, to me, it seems like maybe this person makes her nervous, okay? Or maybe she has a little bit of a fear of this person. Who knows? You know, I may be wrong. I probably am. But I'm just saying, when I see something like that go down, it makes me wonder, like, why? Why did he have to come out? He doesn't live here. He has nothing to do with this. But why did he come out? That's all I'm saying.
And that's what I mean. So, like, even in the body cam, he's talking about, so, like, the way that we used to do things, where I'm at, where I'm from. And I'm like, you know, okay, so he's fairly new, obviously, to the force. He's in training at that point. He's with Officer Green, so he's in training. He's explaining how he used to do things where, oh, well, this is how we would do it. And I'm like, isn't that interesting? And then, you know, he knew exactly where to go. It was so odd to me that he just knew to go right up the side of the house to the slider. And it bothered me. And it's always bothered me that he knew to go to the slider and that he claimed he could see the big speaker that was inside the house from Jack D's little place over there around, you know, across the way. I don't know how he saw the JBL speaker inside the house from, do you get what I'm saying?
Yes,
like he claimed he could see it. He claimed he could see it from the first call that they were on, the one they got the call about, the undercover frat house where the roof guy is sitting on the roof.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So he's claiming he can see this speaker that's in this house. Right. And maybe I'm totally crazy. And if I'm a huge, you know, if I'm nuts, that's fine. So what? I don't care. Call me nuts. But it is my opinion that he was more brought in probably for recon and identification purposes. Locate her, make sure it's her, get a picture of her ID, and confirm. That's was my take. And my take on the Banfield is that the two undercovers assisted. Personally, I think they ran cover. Whether they were involved or not, I have no idea. But in my opinion, they're running cover. That's just how I feel
As
about it.
if maybe they didn't even know what was going on. They were just doing what they were told to do, or so on and so forth. Right? I
No,
understand.
because I know I've brought this up to you before. If you've ever watched Patty Mayo,
Oh
has
yeah,
anybody ever watched Patty Mayo?
I have.
Okay, so you know how in Patty Mayo they talk to each other in their earpieces. They pretend to call dispatch control 420. It's not even a real call. They're literally just talking to each other.
Yes.
Right. So that's what it feels like to me. That's what it looks like. I feel like I'm watching a skit from Patty Mayo.
And one thing, I've said this multiple times to multiple people in here. Real quick though, by the way, Alien, I warned you a few times. You're not going to come in here and be rude to anybody. So have a nice day. This isn't the right channel for you. Talk to you later. Anyway, so the whole time we're watching that, I whether they're wearing an earpiece or not, if you're wearing a body cam, don't both sides of the conversation need to be recorded?
Right.
Never once do we hear that. Never once do we see that. And to me, it just didn't seem real. Okay.
Did you guys see the body cam footage for the Demetrius arrest?
Uh-huh.
You could hear both sides in that, right?
Absolutely. And every other body cam I've ever seen in my life, you hear both sides of it.
Right.
Now, okay, let's go with something real quick on this. If they said that Grizzle's saying that the radio is not recorded, so that's another problem for me. This kid's asked about the cars, okay, the Ford Fusion that they're driving, and they made a joking comment, in my opinion, stating, "Well, they knocked us down to these to save on gas and blah 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 and blah." So if this is an actual squad car that's being used for police business, should there or should there not be the same variations of tooling that police officers use in that vehicle as well, such as a police computer, a radio in the car, which I didn't see, and the weapons you might need in a sense, a lockdown rifle, whatever you would have in a vehicle like that. If you have to take somebody in, you need a cage on the back seat to separate you from the prisoner. I mean, who knows what's going on? But if that's from Moscow PD, that would be my thought that's how that should be done, right or wrong.
Well,
and none of that was done. It didn't.
Well, from my understanding, though, so the two undercovers, even though they are Moscow police officers, that night they were not undercover for Moscow police. Technically, they were, but they were part of a task force for the university for catching like underage drinkers. Okay. So,
okay.
Right. So what they were doing that night, allegedly, was patrol, and they were looking for minors in possession of alcohol, minors stumbling the street drunk. Right.
But weren't they identifying themselves as Moscow police? Correct.
But they are part. I think it was back in 2020 or 2021. I forget which, but you can look it up. There's lots of articles about it that Moscow Police Department, in conjunction with the university, started doing their undercover task force to combat underage drinking and stuff on the campus. This undercover task force is comprised of Moscow Police Department officers who go out into the community in plain clothes and try to catch students either high on drugs or drunk or stumbling down the street or in possession of things they shouldn't be in possession of.
Which they weren't doing, even though they claimed they were. Not one of those three guys in that body cam were drunk. I'm sorry, they weren't.
Right.
They couldn't have stood there. They could not have stood there that long. In my opinion, this is my opinion.
Well, here's the thing I don't get. He wrote them tickets. He wrote them a citation for minors in possession.
Right.
But yet none of them.
They did not want to. Yes, you're right.
None
Go
of
ahead.
them was actually carrying any alcohol. None of them were in possession of anything.
Nope, not one bit. And they said they were stumbling across the parking lot. No, they weren't. Sorry,
well, that's why I think that's why that body cam bothered me so much, because when you really pay attention to it, he kept them in this field for like almost 45 minutes, just like shooting the shit, pretending to like call in their names and stuff.
Uh-huh.
And then when he walks them back over to the car to write the citations, he's like, these are just, it's for what did he call it? Minor in possession or something like
Minor
that. They're like $450 tickets. But none of them actually were in possession of anything or had any alcohol. If you watch the body cam, the only one who had a beer in his hand was Saeed, and Saeed is over 21, so he could totally have the beer in his hand. He's allowed.
Right, and they let him go eventually, right?
So it was always very strange to me why he kept these three in the field for like 45 minutes and then doesn't walk them back to the car to start writing the tickets until after Tesdal moves the hybrid and the truck leaves. That's when Rosie decides, okay, yeah, cool, I'll walk them back to the car. He says it like in his little earpiece thingy, I'll walk them back to the car to write the ticket.
Right.
To write the citation. So the whole thing it's always rubbed me the wrong way from the very beginning, from the moment it came out and I watched it. I said, I don't like it. And then when I saw the one of him taking the picture of her ID, so like those combined.
Oh yeah, well, don't hold on though. Hold on. Wait a minute now. There was another one that Lana had put out. We saw not too long ago, where they stopped two other kids. They checked their IDs and stuff like this. The blonde girl with the young guy, and they're checking all their info, and then they send him on his way. They keep her there. They do the whole thing with her, and they tell him, "We'll make sure she gets home safe." Blah blah blah, so on and so forth. And then they just let her walk off. She was actually drunk, you could tell, or on something. Okay, they let her go off on her own. God knows what could have happened to her at that point.
Yeah.
In the middle of that, they stop and run over to tell some guy that his headlights aren't on, when they could have just yelled at him real quick or had the other officer talk to him or whatever. That makes no sense either. So add that into that mix. Like, none of this seemed very professional at all. I'm sorry. And then that one really, really bothered me. I'll be honest with you. They let this girl by herself, who was being safely walked home by her boyfriend, in my opinion, whether they were drunk or not, she was safe with him because she's comfortable with him. He was taking her somewhere where he would take care of her, obviously, to make sure she was safe.
He wrote her a ticket for minor in possession, and she wasn't in possession. It was her 21-year-old boyfriend who was, and he's allowed to be in possession.
Yes, thank you. Once again. And then they send her off around a corner by herself.
Yeah, it's very bizarre.
Well, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry. So
it
none
really
of this
is. It's problematic.
Very much
Lana
so.
uses a nice word for me, because she knows how I really feel about it, and she says, "Yeah, Miss Potts thinks Rosie is problematic," and I'm like, "Yeah, that's a good word, problematic, because that's a lot nicer than what I would actually say." Like, personally, I would want him deposed under oath immediately. I would be requesting his cell phone data from that evening. I would be requesting text messages, emails, communications for like the month prior, I'm not even kidding. I would have no problem asking for that. That's how much he rubs me the wrong way with the way he interacted that evening and in the September body cam. It's
right. And it's a problem because these are the police officers that are. What happened here, Jesse?
These are the people who would seemingly appear to be abusing their power.
Yes.
They are in positions of power, and they are abusing their power with much younger students who they're supposed to be protecting.
Right.
Not right.
Right. And then Julie says that she heard that those three boys that were in the Banfield, that those charges were dropped because most likely because they belong to the Alpha. What the hell was it? Alpha Kappa Lambda fraternity, so on and so forth. I don't know. That's not a fact, folks. I'm just telling you these are things that are talked about. So I don't know. Welcome back, Rollo. So these are problems, folks. They're all problems, in my opinion. Now, also, we need to. I don't know if we need to know, but it is known. Rosie was took some kind of a leave or something, Oh, okay, Jesse, no problem, buddy. I didn't know if that happened accidentally or not, but thank you very much for joining us today. I appreciate you more than you know, sir, and I hope you have a great rest of your day, buddy. He was put on some type of a leave, was he or was he not? And from what I understand, he still is, but he's still being paid.
Well, I could have sworn I saw something with him on a Facebook post for Moscow Police Department, like back in July.
He did a meet and greet type scenario, but that doesn't mean that he's back working though. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't know. I don't know. I did
Yeah,
see that too.
I have no idea either. I've kind of, as much as I was hoping we'd know like what really happened, there is a part of me that thinks if what I think was going on, then we're actually never going to know what
That's
really
true.
happened.
And
It's just
War Eagle says that he's no longer listed on the MPD webpage, so that's why I went to that point.
right.
Well,
No, he's not listed. He isn't listed on MPD's roster, but if you go to their Facebook page, I think it was back at the end of July, he's pictured, he's named, he's definitely still there. So it's not like he's sitting in a cell somewhere or something.
No. Which is obvious that that's not going to happen. But for some reason, I'd like to know what it was that had him moved around like he was. I'll just put it that way. Congrats and welcome, LA. It's good to have you here.
I notice it appears to be a pattern with Moscow Police Department that they actually recruit a lot of their officers like from out of state.
Why does it matter?
Which, like some of their newer rookies, they're coming. A lot of them are coming like out of Washington, Montana, places like that. So, and I noticed too, a lot of them are like military. They're ex-DOD contractors and stuff like that. They tend to like to hire them.
Right. It matters, Oopa Loopa, because these are the police officers that are taking care of and dealing with this case. They've been involved in this case in different aspects of it, and they're the law enforcement officials that handle Moscow and the University of Idaho and everything else. That's why it matters. Okay. I'm not saying it directly.
Sorry, what was the question? Why does it matter?
Hold on, let me find it, hon. One real quick here. I think it rolled up here. Oopa Loopa, there's a couple questions that Oopa Loopa said. Why does it matter? What does it have to do with the case? That's why.
What does what have to do with the case?
What we're talking about with what we're talking about with Rosendahl and these officers.
Well, the reason that it matters is because this specific officer has encountered one of the victims on more than one occasion. And in that encounter, one of those encounters, he is taking a picture of her ID with his cell phone. And in no other body cam is any other officer doing that ever with a student's ID.
Right.
So for me, it's all about the pattern. It's about standard operating procedure and standard protocol. And there isn't a standard protocol for taking photos of IDs. Law enforcement officers should not be taking a picture of your ID whatsoever because they're supposed to have everything that they need, the tools. They don't need a photo of your ID, a picture of your ID with their cell phone. Like he literally pulls his personal cell phone out of his pocket to take a photo of her ID. And I challenge anybody to find me any other body cam from Moscow Police Department for any call where the officers are taking photos of IDs because they don't exist.
It's true. I've never heard of that before. I even asked a friend of mine that was a police officer, two police officer friends of mine, have you guys done this? Have you ever seen or heard of that? And they were like, no.
And if somebody tries to say, well, it's standard protocol. Well, if it's standard protocol, then how come Payne didn't take a picture of Xana's ID?
Or
how come? Do you see where I'm going with this?
I know exactly where you're at with it. Yes, I do.
The pattern doesn't fit. So if there's a pattern where it's standard operating procedure that when you encounter a student, you take a photo of their ID because you can upload it to the system. Okay, cool. Then we would see that across the board for all of these body cams where officers are coming in contact with students. Now, one thing I did notice is the males never have an ID on them ever. That's one thing I noticed about the male students on that campus. You can go through body cam, and almost every
Yeah,
single
you're
one of
right.
them, when asked, if
They never do.
none of the males do, right? None of the boys over there carry their IDs on them, and it occurred to me, oh, maybe that's why, because they know the cops take photos. But then I went and looked. And I looked through all of these other body cams from house parties, noise complaints, anything that people have gotten. I looked through it, and they do not take photos of people's IDs. There's only one instance that I can find of that happening.
Right. Right. Take care, Miss Lily. Thank you very much for joining us today. I appreciate you. There is Iris. There's a video of them doing that, and the one body cam video where they walk from Decor's house down the hill, and for no reason they make a right and go over to the house where Kaylee is, interact with her about a noise complaint where there's no noise, and point out the speaker that's inside the house with the door shut, and say, do the whole realm, and they take a picture of her ID right there. Rosendahl does. So that's what we're talking about in that sense. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
If you watch that full video, when they're walking up, you can see Dylan walk into the house and shut the
She
door
shuts
behind
the
her.
door. Yeah.
So my theory is that they had the speaker on and they saw the cops next door. They turned the volume off and walked in. Plus, she was underage, so
Yeah.
she didn't want to be out there talking to the cops. So I don't think that part is weird. The picture of the ID is super weird.
Yes.
But I mean, again, like I was saying earlier, these cops go out there mostly to make sure these kids are being safe, because they do stupid stuff all the time. I couldn't even go through the stuff that I've seen on these campuses.
Well, see, now I could understand if they were on campus and in campus housing, but this is off campus housing, and the police were not called to their home. They took it upon themselves to show up there.
I mean, that's what we think, but we don't know.
And they
that
didn't
for sure.
no, we have the body cam. They say it in the body cam. Green says, you may want to, if we're over here talking to them, we should go over and talk to them too.
That's exactly what he says. And I was listening. I went back to that 1,000 times. I didn't hear any noise coming from that as they were walking towards it.
There wasn't.
Only music I heard was coming from the house they were at when they left.
But why were they in that neighborhood to begin with?
Because
they probably
that's what we don't know.
No, we do know. They were called over to Jack Decor's place for a noise complaint.
Right, and then they saw the speaker and heard the noise next door, so they went over and told him not to. Like, that's not that weird.
But the point that I'm getting at is that, so the police do not have a right to enter private property and not knock on the door and take it upon themselves to show up on your property.
And
they kind of do because there's not a fence. It's called curtilage. The Supreme Court has ruled on this several times. They can walk around your house.
The point that I'm getting at is, so when you have these officers standing out back claiming, well, if they don't answer the door, we'll just call the landlords. We'll just come by the next time you work.
And the other officer actually says, you're going to get people talking about private property and blah, blah, blah. So they already knew. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I'm not defending it. Don't ever think that I'll ever defend law enforcement. I'm just giving, like, opinions on it. It really wasn't
no, I
understand.
Bad. I understand.
And I know, at least, again, I lived in Pullman for 4 years. I dealt with the cops there. Like, I know what they do, and I know what they're looking for. I actually kind of think they went over to that neighborhood, because I think that was before school started, and they were trying to set a precedence to stop parties before school started that year. That's what it kind of seemed like to me.
Well, see, listen, the way that I feel about it, just as a parent, if I was a parent watching those body cams, I would absolutely be losing my mind over the way that these officers interact with these students. The way that they taunt them and harass them and show up without being called and just take it upon themselves to show up. We have one in particular who I will not mention the name, but this person tends to show up already on foot.
Yeah.
Which is
I don't disagree with you, but I don't know if you were here, but in general, if you're walking around and you're not causing a problem, like you're not stumbling, the cops will leave you alone. Like, whenever I was walking, there were several times when we'd be out with friends or whatever, and the cops are by. I don't drink that much, so I would go and talk to the cops just to distract them.
Right.
You know, like there was this one time in particular, we were driving from somewhere and there was a Jeep with like 3 girls in it and they had a flat tire. So we were like, why are you driving with a flat tire? No, and I think they had been drinking. But we pulled them, we made them pull into the parking lot and we were talking to them. The cops roll up and I just went over and talked to the cops and I was like, yeah, they have a flat tire. We're just, helping them fix it, blah, blah, blah. Nothing big here. Like the cops, like they do a lot of stuff, but that's cops everywhere. They're always going to try and be like, well, if you don't do what we say, we're going to give you a ticket. That's just cops in general. It's really not that bad there unless you are doing something that you shouldn't be doing. If you're walking on the sidewalk minding your own business, they usually
we have
leave you
multiple
alone.
body cams where people are literally doing nothing except they're walking and they're being chased down by undercover officers
I
in
agree.
the field.
And
I
they
agree.
seem to be
That's
they
weird.
seem to be trying to present themselves as being intimidating and training people as you have to be this way, and the whole it
That's
really
cops everywhere, though.
well, I mean, in a sense, you know what? They're not like that around here, though. I'll be honest with you. I know them, a lot of them, and they're not. Um, I don't know if it's because it's a college town. They come off very arrogant, very cocky, and very ignorant. The guys that I know around here, they don't get to they won't come at you that way unless you come at them that way first. And I didn't see these kids acting like that in these body cams. That's what I was kind of surprised
To me,
about.
a lot of the banter too, that if you listen to these body cams, the way that the police officers speak to each other, it's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
they talk like they're still in college. It's like
yeah,
they're
yeah.
developmentally
I agree with
stunted,
that. Yes.
with the way that they speak to each other and like, oh, Truly's for the win and Truly's to the wind and oh, making weird
It
noises
was
and like
very immature. Yeah, I agree. I agree.
it blows my mind
And
considering.
the same with that alcohol scenario. That bothered me too because those Trulies or whatever those were, White Claws, I think they were White Claws. How did they know that those didn't actually belong to somebody in that house that was legal? Okay, and they're
Right.
dumping them out.
Right.
Yep.
It's not abandoned property when it's on your private property.
No.
It's your
No, they
property.
just assume that it's always
Yeah.
underage and they pour it
And it
out.
pissed me off. It
I've
pissed
seen
me
it.
off.
I
Well, see,
agree.
here's how I look at it too. So if you are the police in a college town, you're trying to prevent these kids from drunk driving.
Yes.
Okay, it's probably at that point, if I see a kid drunk walking home as opposed to drunk driving home, I would be very happy.
Agreed.
Okay,
Right.
Agreed.
so it's very strange to me how aggressively they pursue people walking down the street
Mm-hmm.
No,
as
I
opposed to
agree.
those behind the wheel.
You
The one I
know,
thought was really weird is when that guy, he had like a beer can in his hand or a can of something, and he was at least claimed to be over 21, but they always assume that you're not. But a lot of the
Saeed.
problem is these cops need to learn, or the students need to learn how to talk to cops.
Hmm.
Because you're like, well, why do you have a beer in your hand? Well, do you have any reasonable suspicion to believe
Well-
I'm not I'm under 21 and don't have a legal right to hold this? Like,
here's the thing, though. That can be taken two ways, buddy. And I agree with you in that sense. Sometimes the kids are just cocky and arrogant, and sometimes they're not. But is it because the cops harass them a lot that they act like that? Or is it because they're just being dickheads? You know what I mean? Not to be
Yeah.
lack of better terms, but it could go either side. We don't know that because we're not there. And what I've seen, the cops come off very arrogant, very
oh,
empowered.
absolutely. Absolutely.
And I know they should have the power, but these are kids, folks. It's a college campus. Understand, and some of the cops that I've heard, like, they say dumb shit that, like, well, I'd rather you pay for more beer than a ticket. But you're there talking about underage drinking and stuff like that at the same time.
Hmm.
What would make sense to me about that? Nothing. I'm sorry.
My
So
favorite one was the one when Hunter answered the door for a noise complaint and none of the roommates were there, supposedly. And he
yeah,
was like, "Oh, so you broke in here illegally? Like,
it
do you
was
have?
so stupid.
I have permission to be here. Do you have any reasonable suspicion to
Yeah.
believe I don't have permission to be here?
Right.
Why is there 100 people in here and we're blaring music if we don't have permission?"
Yes, I've been a cop for 21 years. You can't fuck
Yeah.
with me and blah, blah. Really, dude? Come on.
Yeah.
Nobody cares.
But I mean, again, like the students need to learn how to talk to cops, but they don't teach. There's one big problem in this country that I've said for a while is they don't teach us what our rights are in school, so we don't know when they're getting taken away.
Mhm.
That's a good point. That's a great point.
I will say too, after seeing some of these interactions with these officers, not just at the U of I campus, but even over at Pullman, after seeing some of the interactions and the body cams, I mean, I can see why no one called cops for a really long time.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. It brings you to the thought of, are these kids intimidated by these cops because of the harassment, or is it, and is that why nobody calls the police, or is it something different? You know what I mean? Either way, it can make sense on both sides. Congrats, David, and thank you for being a member for 8 months, brother. I love you. Take care, and thank you for joining us today. But yeah, that does make sense in a lot of ways. I just realized something, folks. We've been going for quite a while, so I think I'm going to need to bring this down. As much as I don't want to, this
Yeah,
has been a
no,
great stream today.
I gotta go too. I'm about to make dinner, so I gotta go too.
Well, Annie, thank you so much for jumping up here today. We've missed you greatly. I definitely have. And your insight and your just all of it. I miss hearing from you. So please, if you can, make your way back through here again soon. Um, and I hope you have a
Well,
great
I
rest of
missed
your
you
day.
too. Listen, I missed you too, and thanks for chit-chatting with me today. It was fun.
Yeah,
Always,
everybody have a great rest of your day.
always great show, guys. Great show.
Bye.
Annie, Eddie, are you done? Did you have anything else you wanted to state, Eddie? I would hate to shut this down without letting you get your points in, buddy. Thanks again, sir. Good Lord, he jumped off already. Twizzle, I appreciate you, buddy. Everybody that's been on panel today, thank you so much. I wish I could have gotten more people to come through. I love hearing what you guys have to say, your opinions, your thoughts, your theories. Dinky, I appreciate you so very much for what you've had to say today, and for being comfortable and confident enough to in here to come in and speak on what you did. I have so much respect for you, my friend, and I'm so grateful to have you in this community, as I am with all of you guys. Eddie, was there anything else you wanted to speak on, my friend? Anything at all? Next time my phone was too. Oh, okay, buddy. I understand completely. Yeah, I don't know how you guys do that with your phones that do that. That's crazy. Absolutely, Dinky, no problem. And again, Dinky, know that you have a home here and you are part of this family. We absolutely do love and adore you, my friend. Uh, Forever. Seriously. Thank you, Miss Heather. Again, anybody that did anything with the Amazon wish list, thank you so very much. I appreciate that so very much. Anybody that donated to support the channel via any of the links, thank you for that again so very much. Yeah, super chat, super stickers, all of that is so very much appreciated. Any memberships, I did miss a couple I wasn't able to speak on, but thank you for that as well. All of you that are in here, all of this community, I want you to know that I am absolutely beyond grateful for all of you. And again, thank you, Heather, for that. And that I am over the road. I really didn't realize that, a lot of people have told me that I reach certain people in different ways, and I do things for certain people that I don't realize. I really didn't realize. And I'm grateful and honored that I can be that person. And I know that I'm always here for each and every single one of you guys if I need to be and if you need me to be. That's a fact. And I will be as long as I'm out here, guys. That's a promise. I will continuously promise and do the very best to offer you the absolute very best that I can every time I'm live with you guys, because you guys don't deserve anything less. Okay. I absolutely love and adore each and every person in this community. Thank you for those of you that aren't really part of the community, but are still here watching and listening. The same to you. I appreciate you all so very much. Everybody here, I hope you have an amazing rest of your day. And I'm sure I'll see you somewhere on later this afternoon. But until then, guys, don't forget, folks, to make sure that you love yourselves and love each other. Don't change a thing about yourselves, because you guys are absolutely the beautiful people. I love you all so very much, and I will see you all on the other side. Bye-bye.